Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Good evening. My name is Dave Scott, and this is Spaced Out Radio on a Friday night. How y'all doing? Nice to have you all here. R Keith Andrews is in the hot seat, the conductor of the Woo train, about to bring us some serious woo about aliens, UFOs, extraterrestrials, and every species and contact in between. So make sure if you're in our chat room, get your questions in capital letters, so that way I can ask Keith the questions for you. All right, let's kick things off with Friday night's medal positions. Ann B taking home the gold. Race Fan with the silver. Logan L, a nice bronze medal tonight. Penny Van, Brown Dwarf, good to see you both. Chris Teen, nice to have you back. Kurt M, how are you? Eric Markham, you sexy devil, how are you? John Swan, nice to see you. Michael Morris, Luscious Jules D. Cohen, nice to see you all. Jeff Steve Garvey, he'll hit a home run for you. Michael Godbold, good to have you back. There's Thin Lizzy, nice to see you, my friend. DC, thanks for coming on in. And where are we here on roll call? Let's take a little look-see here. Simon the Dogface in Australia. How are you, man? Good to have you here. Nancy Hayes, Guy Calgary, or Guy Calgary. What are you doing there, buddy? I hope your cowboy hat's fitting good tonight. Let's see. Chris 716, thanks for coming on in. And who else do we have here? Let's take a look. Super Duke. Hey, Duke, I did get your message. I am working on that for you, okay? I am working on that for you. Super Duke, by the way, will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Adam Lakatos, nice to have you back. And where are we on roll call here? Forrest Louie, nice to see you, my man. Thank you for coming on in. Hi, Mama Susan. Good to see you. And let's see who else we have here on roll call. Scrolling on down, and there's Simon kicking off this super chat tonight. Thank you, Simon. Super chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. All right. Continuing on here. Sweet Donna Spencer. There she is. Hi, Kim Stanley. Nice to see you. Steam Train Mark is here and letting us know we are alive tomorrow in the future, North America. We made it another day. Thank you, Steam Train Mark, who will also be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind, to the right of the studio. W. David Page, Sandy B, nice to have you both here. Simon, again, thank you very, very much, dude. Appreciate that. Very much appreciate that second super chat nice and early here. All right, let's continue on here with roll call. Robert Lamoth, Sweet Donna C, how are you? Paramarv, Larry Compton, good to have you here. Maggie M10, Richard Elmore, Serpent, thank you for joining us. Hey, my man YJ, how you doing, buddy? How's the snow up there? Timothy Fellon, welcome to SOR chat. And where are we here? Cam Clark, thank you for joining us. And Nancy Hayes and Nancy Thames, how are you? Marty Burback and Chris Jarvis, good to see you, my man. Lily Pond, Raz, nice to have you both here. Highlight Walkers, and Forrest Louie with a great super chat. Thank you so much, Louie. Really appreciate it. Let's get this radio side started. So that way we could get Bill WD40 into the chat room to lube us up for tonight's show. Sea Warrior Sun, how are you? Thank you for joining us as we continue on with roll call here. We are running out of time. Raven McMinn, thank you for coming on in. Hi, Jen A. How are you? Toe Tag, Pat Toohey, nice to have you both here. Carlito, thank you for joining us. And that's right, this is a Davocracy, not a democracy, right there. That's right. Carlito, thank you so much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, man. Thank you so much. Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show in like 10 seconds. Hi, Sparkles. How are you? Joey Zed, good to have you here. Love V Love, thanks for coming on in. Hi, Politically Incorrect. We are running out of time. Horsey, welcome back to SOR Chat. Do me a favor, everybody. Horns up. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a power show ready for you tonight. R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection are back, as Keith will get into all the serious woo that we need. And let's face it, we always need a good fix in a woo by the time R Keith Andrews comes around. So we are just waiting for Keith to join us. Then in hour number 3, we will be heading to the swamp with our resident swamp dweller. Then Tim Senor is here with the news on the UFO report. We're going to get into something tonight with Tim. UFO lobbying in Washington, D.C. Believe it or not, there is a thing, and it's starting to happen. We're going to get into that with Tim on the UFO report. But first, let us introduce you to our good friend, R. Keith Andrews. Keith and I have been doing this segment for almost 8 years now that we call the ET Connection. Keith is a lifelong experiencer of alien contact and extraterrestrial phenomena. He has been having it happen since early childhood, and it's gone up right to today where, well, now he's retired and he is still looking for the aliens that are flying over his head and taking him. Yeah, it is a lifelong passion for Keith now to help counsel those who are there with him having experiences, or people who just do not understand what they are going through in their own experiences as well. If this is your first time hearing Keith, well, be prepared for a little bit of tinfoil to go on your hat, because, yeah, it's going to get wild. R. Keith Andrews, my good man, it's always a pleasure to have you here. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, confusing myself and apparently kicking myself out of your studio a second ago.
I saw that. I was like, what are you doing, Keith? What's going on there? But that's okay.
Too many windows open and I was shut down the wrong one.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. The main thing is we got you here, and it's always good to see you back on Spaced Out Radio. And you know what? You are just about 500 subscribers away from getting your YouTube channel monetized. So we got to tell people to head on over to your YouTube channel and hit that subscribe button. It's youtube.com/R Keith Andrews. So make sure you all head on over there and and check it on out and hit that subscribe button. But Keith, there's always new listeners each and every time you come on. And as I was explaining in the intro, this has been happening to you. This contact has been happening to you since you were a child, and it's happened right through to now. When you were younger, was the contact happening more frequent than it is now?
Not so much more frequently, but definitely more violently. When I was about 3 years old, the Talons decided to find out just how flexible I was. I snapped my arm off the elbow and then reattached it.
Right. Well, what do you think caused that? What were they doing there?
In their case, they were looking for weak points in the human body.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Needless to say, not a pleasant issue. For some reason, them and I don't get along all that well.
No, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. So the idea that this has been happening to you now, what is contact like for you now?
Quite frankly, I find it easier than contact with people.
Why?
That I'm not entirely certain of. I do know I can be in a room full of various different races and have no problem, various different species, and have no functional problem. That may be just because of the fact I'm working when I'm there. But there's one restaurant in town I go to in the city here. They've got seating for about 100 people, and you get over 25, and I start getting edgy.
It really
Needless
is.
to say, I don't go out a lot.
Why do most ET contactees seem to become introverted around people?
Because the moment you open your mouth and say, this is what I've gone through, even amongst the UFO community, I've found, you get looked at very, really kind of cockeyed. You know, people say many of the people in the UFO community that I've run into have said, I deal with this all the time. And the second you say, I've been through this, they look at you and it's like, no, there's no way. You're just making that up to get you into make a name for yourself. And for me, it's just, if I could make a name for myself, that wouldn't be it.
If none of this ever happened to you, what do you think you would be doing today?
If none of this had happened?
Yeah.
A number of things, but had my sense of direction actually remained intact, I'd probably be a long-haul trucker. Thing that stopped me there was my inability to track where I am and a bad leg.
That'll do it every time. You don't want to carry that truck around.
Just give me 40 acres.
Okay, so the idea that this has been happening to you for a long time, how easy is it for you to recognize whether or not someone has had ET contact of their own?
Usually inside about the first 5 minutes of talking to them.
Okay, explain that for me. Go into detail.
Well, there's something different about the way that actual contactees interact and how they respond to normal mundane issues, as compared to ones that claim to have walked in it and claim to have dealt with it. There's a missing component. And the best I can tell you is it feels different. Of course, being born an empath, it's really, you learn to rely on what you're feeling more than what you're seeing. Like, okay. I remember being at one conference where virtually everybody I talked to was telling me they recognized, they deal with ETs we'll try English, on an ongoing basis in real time. And yet, when we had one show up on site, nobody recognized it for what it was.
Can you easily, in the opposite direction, tell whether someone is BSing about their experience or not?
Oh, yeah, because it smells funny.
Explain that.
Okay. Every sound somebody makes, every like when somebody says something, it doesn't only carry the auditory side. The energy looks different, smells different, and feels different. See, more often than not, if somebody is claiming to have had an encounter, they usually the majority of them go straight for, I was talking to the queen of such and such or the king of such and such. There's virtually never any mundane interaction. Right? They're always right smack in the middle of the spotlight. And one of the biggest things that tells me that you're looking at a problem is the ones that come back going, the world is about to be invaded. That's what they're planning on. Okay, and the reason I say that is a great big red light for me, is because knowing what I know about the off-world technology, and for that matter about tactics, you never tell a adversarial force you're going to attack tomorrow morning.
So basically, if I heard that correctly, somebody who is telling you, saying that their ETs are telling them they're getting ready to attack this planet, they're full of crap.
Yes. I mean, you think of it this way. If an off-worlder was going to attack this planet, first of all, you got to remember the technology level they have. Second of all, humans know what an EMP pulse does. It wipes out all electronics that are attached.
Right.
Okay. But the off-worlders have something that fires on a subquantum level and will wipe out all component parts that have been built. Okay. They won't bother with the ones that are powered up. They will just take them all out. And they'll do it from the far side of Mars. The reality is, if they were going to attack, which they're not, they'd take the planet before you even knew the war was started.
Right. No, I understand with where you're coming from on that. I'm just kind of curious about the whole aspect of people right now. I want to focus on people, not the aliens, because there are a lot of people out there right now in the UFO world who are trying to get their 15 minutes of fame, whether it's on podcasts, documentaries, television shows, whatever it may be,
Right.
And it seems like the popular thing to do right now is to come out saying, I'm an alien experiencer.
You notice that too, eh?
Yes.
The reality of it is, if I had my druthers, frankly, I wouldn't bother with it. I don't get that option. But no, the reality is, the reason so many people, and I'm just surmising, I cannot speak for anybody in particular, but the majority of them, as near as I can figure, it's like, okay, first of all, there's this great big UFO upsurge in UFO interest, which is great. But now everybody is trying to step into the spotlight and go, I had it. I've written a book. I've seen some books come out and you're looking at them going, well, this would make a great Hollywood script, but it's missing some continuity to it. When you think about it, Ronald Reagan actually said it best when he set the stage, and he goes, I think what humanity needs is an off-world threat. And the reality is, the threat is the last thing that the human race needs. We've got enough of them. But people are so lost in their own world that they're looking for something else to make their world seem a little bit more exciting than the situation they're in. And ETs are a great focal point.
That is very true. That is very true. And, with that being a focal point to what is going on, is that good for the subject because it's bringing attention to it? Or is it bad because it's, pushing a narrative that simply isn't true?
That depends on the, if you will, the reporter that's working in that field. Because I will tell you this. If the reporter is buying into the idea that they're gearing up for an attack, and you start pushing that and don't start shutting it down, then what ends up, and I realize there's this thing about freedom of speech and that whole 9 yards, but if the reporters that are dealing with the interviews are permitting the concept of, oh, they're going to attack and we're going to die at this point, I can't tell you the number of times I've heard that the world was ending for various different reasons. But as long as the reporters doing the interviewing do not encourage that kind of thought process without pushing the question on a logical base and absolutely go the military route. If they are planning on attacking, what makes you think humans have a snowball's prayer aside from Hollywood? But you got to remember, the computers that mankind has compared to the ones the off-worlders have is kind of like the abacus attached to the modern day IBM.
Okay, so what do you think the United States military is seeing, especially out in the water?
Specifically, I don't know. I can tell you they are seeing off-world craft coming in. There is no question there. Okay, they are, and they know full well there are off-worlders showing up. There are also ancient races they are fully aware of have resurfaced. The difference being, off-worlders come from another planet. The ancient races evolved here.
They time travelers?
No. Now, the thing with time travel, that's one of these really screwy things I get into a lot of conflict with people. You can jump forward in time, but you can't get back once you do. There is no reverse time travel. Just can't be done.
All right. You know what? We got some questions starting to come up for you here, Keith. And we ask and encourage all of our guests are in our chat rooms to put your questions in capital letters so that way we could get them to Keith. Keith, Matt Geek is kicking things off tonight and is asking, do ETs know when humans are telling the truth and being honest with them when we talk?
Not always. Depends on the individual, not the species. Because even the telepathic ones can't always tell if you're being honest, because the reality is, if you believe what you're telling them, they'll read it as being honest anyway. But it's more an issue of some are trained and have studied humans long enough to know which humans are being honest.
Makes sense. Makes sense. So they have their own lie detector test built in.
Essentially, yes. Ultimately, that is what you're looking at.
Don't mess with the aliens. Don't lie to them.
I'd recommend not, personally.
Right. I can see that. All right. Let's get to another question from our audience here. This was more of this is Terry's question here. Keith, what do the aliens think about the Chinese spy balloons? And do these balloons piss them off?
Well, the balloons certainly don't tick them off at all. As far as what they think about them, I mean, the thought processes get a little varied by person, but they look at it going, it's another modern tech, and these people are still looking for ways to kill each other and wondering why we haven't brought them into the consortium. One of the qualifiers that the consortium has is you've got to have a one world government, as in the people around the world, for the majority, have to accept that each person is of value. Okay, this does not mean, by the way, one world government does not mean one person sitting at the helm. It's more along the lines of having something set up like what humans call the UN. Okay. But they're watching people still spying on each other instead of coming right out and going, this is what we're looking for.
Right.
You know, mankind, according to them, is still a very violent race that has missed the whole point of war, which has nothing to do with technological advancement. Because in case you hadn't noticed, it's easier to actually develop something technologically if you're not ducking bullets.
Very true. Very true. Okay, let's go to another question here. And this one comes from, this is more of a comment, but I think I would like to hear your opinion on this. This comes from Alien Critter. Aliens won't attack or take over Earth because there are many different alien races with a vested interest in Earth. What's your thoughts on that?
That is certainly part of the issue. There are way more races, never mind the consortium itself. But when you're dealing with literally hundreds of different races floating around here right now, yeah, one person tries to take it over, and you can bet there's going to be a land battle. Earth won't survive anyway, or more to the point, the peoples of Earth won't survive. But it's anybody's guess which race would end up with it, assuming you take the consortium out of the equation.
Okay. So, what is this vested interest? Is it water? Is it elements? Is it things like cobalt or diamonds or gold or silver? What is it that they
It's a
want?
subquantum neural net. Yes, I will explain that further.
Yeah, please
all
do.
life on Earth is connected. Okay. And the triple helix is the actuator of said connection. Now, if I'm probably speaking in a language that many of you are looking at me going, like, what are you talking about? Okay. When you look at the information transfer between people, like between the various species, we'll start with humans and plants. Okay. When you realize what kind of an incredible communication line that is and data transfer, there is so much information here. It's kind of like an extremely elaborate Library of Alexandria from our own history. Okay, but with a whole lot more information.
Right.
The other thing you got to remember is the Caboran that we live on, okay, is not up for grabs. Now, let us not forget, you've got all these alien races flying around, but the planet that we actually live on is another race, and it also has friends, and this could be a mess if you think about it.
Right. Okay, let's get to another question from our audience here. Let us go to Doug Shelby. The Doug Shelby is asking, did you get a laugh over the recent balloons, Chinese or otherwise, and specifically that the balloons were called UFOs?
Well, the fact that the balloons were called UFOs makes total sense. UFO, unidentified flying object. The balloon is, in a sense, flying. If you don't recognize it, it's a UFO. Okay. And most people that saw the balloons didn't recognize them. So to go with the ongoing vernacular, it would stand to reason they'd call them UFOs.
Right. Right. Okay. No, and I understand with what you're saying there. I do. But I guess good press is press at any time, right?
That's the saying I've heard. Now, personally, I'm a firm believer that proper press is far better than, well, I'm really came out rude.
Well, you know what? We're at commercial break here at the bottom of the hour with R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. We will continue with Keith Answers on your questions here in one of our chat rooms. Let's get aliens. Let's get woo tonight. There we go. We are clear. right.
Interesting questions right off the top.
I know. Yes, I know. Let's see. What am I missing here? Joseph Del Vecchio, welcome to the chat. Rano, let's see. Am I missing any? I think I got all the questions up here so far. All right. Just give me 2 seconds, Keith.
Absolutely.
Jay Burke, how you doing? Kira, I got my blazer back. And it looks good. Real good. It won't make his debut until San Francisco, though. I think I'm going to have a little iced tea.
That reminds me, I got to make Tang. I'll do that after the show, though.
Hey, Nicholas, how you doing? Did you say Tang?
Yes.
I haven't had Tang in years.
Not my fault. I usually try and keep it in the house.
Wow, do you have Sanka coffee, too?
I do not drink instant coffee. You know?
Come on, I got the orange shirt for Sanka.
But no, I actually was emptying out a storage unit yesterday or the day before, and found out I had another kilo of coffee in backup.
Oh my
So
goodness.
I've only got 3 kilo in backup now, as in about 8 pounds.
Oob to Joe's Bane, you got aliens. I am Pam, by the way. Everybody, I am Pam. I am Pam.
Well, I will tell you, Dave, you look a lot different.
I am Pam. Mm-hmm. You're not Pam. I am Pam. Horsey says, I'm a 5 Alive guy. I used to be 5 Alive until it started giving me heartburn.
Well,
Pam,
does it count? Yeah.
look at Pam. She's arguing with me. I am Pam. She's like, no, I am Pam. No, I am Pam.
Uh-oh.
I am Pam.
BMR's just got in. He's becoming Pam. He's becoming Pam.
I know. Pam Smith says, I am Pam too.
Well, you know, if everybody were called Pam, we could just go, hey, Pam, and we'd get everybody answering.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Uh-oh, there we have Pam I am.
Mm-hmm. My goodness. Love V Love. I want to see you in that purple El Lovely Volador shirt. Look at this. How do you know I am not Pam? I am Pam. See, check my name. Check my name. I am Pam. I don't know why you're arguing.
Happy with
Raz, I am Pam Airlines. That's funny.
We're just not going to touch that. That's just way too bad and too easy of a setup, and we'd get in trouble.
I am Pam.
A lot of it.
Mm-hmm. We got about a minute here. Thank you tonight to Simon times 3, Louie, Carlito, Big J, Larry, Pam S, Pam H, because I am Pam, Michael, Maggie, and Atlantis for the amazing super chats tonight. I am Pam. And we appreciate your love and support of Spaced Out Radio. And don't forget, in 2 weeks' time, you can meet Kira and myself at UFOCon 2023 in San Francisco, California. Go to UFOCon2023.com. Get your tickets today. And if you can't make that, we want to see you in Las Vegas for our second annual fan party at the Golden Nugget. You'll go to info@spacedoutradio.com, info@spacedoutradio.com, and get your tickets today. $60 for regular tickets, $100 for VIP, and we'll get into it more later. Here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, I am Pam. I am Pam. Check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. And here we go. We got R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection coming on in here. And, of course, we want to say hello to Keith, who is somebody who comes in near the beginning of each month to talk about everything extraterrestrial and supernatural. Keith, thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate you, my man.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and thanks so much for everybody joining us.
Absolutely. I think it's great. We are going to get to another question here from our chat room, starting off with Atlantis. Are there any of the aliens from Atlantis here? And if so, are they still using the old education? Great question.
Hate to tell you this, Dave, but if I'm reading that right, it's the old location.
Oh, location, sorry.
And the answer is, number one, are they still in the area? Yes. Okay, or more to the point, they're back in the area. Are they still using the old location? Well, technically the answer is yes, but the question would seem to infer that they're still located on Earth. Only the old location never stayed on Earth. The wreckage from it did. But if you look at the fall lines of the Bimini Islands, compare those to the fall lines of the towers when the shuttle launches, and you'll find a striking similarity. But they're actually in orbit.
Okay. So, if they're in orbit, where are they hiding?
Well, the neat part about Atlantean technology is blocking Terran sensors is child's play. I mean, you think about it, they were thousands of years ahead of mankind before. They still are. The thing is, and the Atlanteans especially know this, if humans would actually work together, they would already be running with crystal computers. And net result, they'd be able to to detect a pile more. But there are around the world that I'm aware of, there are at least 4 different countries that have part of the crystalline computer figured out. And if they quit shooting at each other and quit arguing with each other, they'd make a heck of a sight better headway.
Excellent. All right, let's move on to Cindy here. Are the blonde aliens an ancient race, angelic or off-world? That is who I have seen.
Okay, well, that sort of depends on which ones we're referring to, because there's a fair number of blonde ones. But the usual ones that are referred to are off-world. Now, when you look at the angelic race is really neat. Okay, because some of them are blonde, but they're also winged. They stand out kind of wide. The Aldebarans are the ones that most people refer to as the tall blondes, and they're definitely off-worlds. And of course the Nordics, well, they're off-worlders, and most of them are blonde. So it's sort of a yes and no. Because if you look at the ancient Elfid that are an ancient race, on the one stream of them are I was going to say they're blonde, but they're not exactly blonde. They're a little bit more starlit than anything else. So I'd be inclined to say if you're referring to the tall blondes that most people do, you're dealing with off-worlders.
Cindy says he had a blue uniform.
Probably Aldebaran. The fact that we're dealing with uniform, let me just double check something here. I could have it up on my computer. Volume 2, because the Aldebaranians I put in is in volume 2. Let's go back up here. I actually pulled it up and left it there. I left it on my computer to be able to track this sort of thing down. Where are Al? There we go. I'm just looking.
And he had tall boots on.
Yeah. That would be, in all likelihood, she's dealing with the Aldebarans. And they are definitively off-world, considering they come from the Aldebaran star system.
All right, let's move on to another question here. D. Cohen is asking, why is it they can study us, but we can't study them?
Nobody said you couldn't. The human governments around the world have been studying them for decades. Tried doing it for centuries, but it didn't work out as well as they would have liked. But the biggest difference is they've got better technology than we do. It's a little hard to get a PT cruiser to snag the pilot off of a UFO. That is for a UFO to snag the driver out of a PT cruiser.
That leads me to a question I've never asked you. Out of all the crashes that have allegedly happened or contact that has happened, has any government that you know of ever come across a crash retrieval where a human was actually flying the craft? Because we know they do allow some humans to do that.
They do. Now, I know they've come across a craft where it did happen, but I don't know if they found the human body involved. Okay, and that would be the one that happened off in Nova Scotia. That one was pilot error because it was a human fighter pilot that didn't quite understand the workings, and shall we say, turned left instead of right way. It was way too close to the water.
Okay.
What I don't know is if humans actually retrieved the human body.
Interesting. All right, let us move on to another question here, R Keith, and the ET connection. Let us go to, let me see here. Let's go to Michael. Is our future really needed, or is our future really require conscious development? Does our future really need or require consciousness development?
Well, consciousness development? Essentially, yes, or you'll burn yourselves out and blow yourself back to the Stone Age. If people don't learn, if you guys do not figure out that every different race on the planet has a place, okay, and has a purpose that is a combined and unified purpose, if you guys don't figure it out, you're going to create a problem where you're not going to have you'll have a future, But what you'll end up with is the last 100 years worth of research will go out the window. Okay, and that does mean all of your mineral processing, all of the technological advances will go out the window because you won't have the mineral processing. So yeah, people have to evolve past this. It's all mine and you're all evil because you don't see things exactly like I do, which is consciousness evolution. You got to remember the human race is an extremely young, very aggressive race. Very aggressive species, actually, is what it really boils down to. And they really have to grow up. But there's no rush for it as long as you quit shooting each other and trying to blow up the planet you're living on.
True. Very, very true. All right, let us go to another question here. And let's take a peek here. Loco Boy, when are they going to let themselves be known to all of us?
Politely put, when mankind's consciousness evolves to the point that they won't tear themselves apart when their societal outlook is completely butchered. You see, you gotta remember, the majority of spiritual teachings on this planet say we are on our own. You know, we are alone, and everything we don't understand is going to try and kill us. Well, if all of a sudden the off-worlders go, hey guys, we're here. If they all of a sudden show up and just tell everybody around the world, we're here, your entire spiritual belief structure gets thrown into disarray. Okay, and that will cause not only chaos, it'll cause absolute panic. I mean, you think about it. We have humans, you look at a human walking downtown, take a Caucasian, put him in the middle of the darker side of Harlem, or put him in the middle of the Middle East. Now, they already get edgy. Put a whole pile of normal-sized humans in a room. Now bring in a straight Caucasian 8-footer, 7.5, 8-footer. Everybody gets edgy. What do you think's going to happen if a 7.5, 8.5 foot reptilian shows up complete with wings and weaponry that'd just knock your socks off? All of a sudden shows up at the Walmart and goes, we're here. Now, aside from the number of people that from a distance are going to go, man, Hollywood's shooting some really great stuff lately. Most people that are right there are going to panic. This is why they don't come right out and say, hey, we're here.
Makes sense. Let's go to Eric. What races are the most similar to the human mindset?
I'd be inclined to say the Wara. Either that or the Tormenon. And what I mean by that is the Wara will kill whatever they desire to. And the Tormenon will kill whatever they have to get what they want. Humans are a barbaric race in the politest way of putting it. Now, if you look at the Mobians, who are actually human descendants, okay, the Mobians actually originated on Earth. Okay, they were here 50,000 years ago. And they, at the same time we were. The difference is they left before everything fell apart and colonized Mobius. Which, in answer to the question nobody's asked just yet this time, Mobius is in exactly the same orbit as Earth, but on the other side of the sun. So it's running at a 180 degree and will never be seen from Earth itself.
There you go. There you go. Let's move on here. Let's go to Raz. The innate communication is dormant language between all species.
The innate debatable point, but the one that I've learned how to communicate with is something that I refer to as pangalactic, meaning it's a trade language amongst multiple species. There isn't one language, because you got to remember, some of the species cannot speak vocally. They just don't have the capacity. Some will speak vocally, some will speak telepathically, some auditory will speak via visual cues or pheromonic interaction. So there's a lot of different linguistics that have to be copied, but have to be compensated for. But it's not technically a dormant.
All right, let's continue on. Let's go to Mark. What can you tell us about angelic beings and their role?
Well, number one, they are actually messengers from the angelic beings. The angelis are a race unto themselves. They are not what we call evolved humans. They are their own race, and their purpose was to help govern humans, help govern the corporeals on Earth until the corporeals could get their feet on the ground. But there came a point where humans became so aggressive towards them that they finally said, scrap it, we're not letting anybody else kill us individually. We'll just sit back and pick up the pieces afterwards. But the Angelis are extremely passionate in love, in the creative arts, and in war. So I mean, when you look at them, they are teachers, and this is where you get people in the ancient myths, you get people that are referred to as what was the term I believe they call them Mosaic angels. In other words, messengers. That the actual, what you would consider a god, if you will, okay, which boils down to non-corporeal or non-visible on Earth, send them down to try and help guide people. It's just humans have lost their way, or have lost a lot of their way right now. But they are not here to fix the problem on Earth, so much as to help people get used to the idea you have the ability to fix it yourself. Okay, but you also have free will. So it's up to you whether or not you're going to actually take the guidance. If that makes any sense.
Sure does. Sure does. All right, let's get to another question here, as we got about 6 minutes to go before we got to go to break at the top of the hour. R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection happening right now on Spaced Out Radio. Nancy would like to know, Keith, what is your opinion about missing time and abduction?
Well, let's see. Abduction is a joyride, and missing time is just plain normal for me. No, the thing is, when you get put, it's very much like when you go in for an operation, a Terran operation. You get knocked out to a point you don't track time. Okay, so the missing time will automatically happen. As far as abduction goes, well, not many humans are going to actually get onto a starship and go, gee, let's take a look around. Okay, I'm just one of these weird people that would. But, so therefore abduction. But you got to remember, with the abduction, they're picking them up, and they do have, the good ones, have a mandate that says, put them back as best you can with as little disruption to their life as possible. Hence, we have the memory overlays, so that people can at least try and live a normal life. Good luck with that, by the way. Because even though they've got a well-designed overlay method, it doesn't work as well with the human's ability to regenerate over top of it. Hence where we get the questions as to what happened all this time in the first place.
That's right. Okay, let's go to our next question here. Robert wants to know, what kind of beings are the ones that flying in Norway since the 1980s? Place starts with Hess.
Well, politely put, I haven't got a clue because I haven't been watching the news regarding that. If you got anything else that we can go on, I might be able to piece it together. But I don't know of a race offhand with the start of the race being Hess.
Right. I think that's the town.
Okay. Well, that would explain. Might give you an idea how little I know
We'll
about
look
it.
into that, Keith. We'll look into that one for you. Let's go
Okay.
to Carlito. Hey, Keith, what's your thoughts about aliens making creatures and maybe some cryptids? Is it just a hobby?
Cryptids aren't. No. Most of the cryptids most of them are accidental releases, if you will. But the aliens aren't technically making them. Okay. Like you take the chupacabra, for instance. Wasn't made, was accidentally released. The octopus, same problem. Okay. They weren't technically made, they were simply brought here. Much like you would take on a holiday, you would take a dog or a cat with you if you're that way inclined. Well, the chupacabra is essentially a dog. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not a dog from around here. But most of the cryptids are simply unidentified entities on this planet. Some of them are terrestrial entities. Okay, that just haven't been identified or have been thought to be extinct for thousands of years. But the aliens don't actually go about making much. Now, there is one ancient race that is known to combine creatures, but they're not an off-worlder, and you really don't want to tangle with them. That would be the ancient elf and the dark side of the ancient elfid race.
Makes very much sense. Okay, Keith, we got 2 minutes to go. We're going to keep going here with some audience questions here. Let's get to another one. Local boy wants to know, was They Live and V television shows warnings for us?
Not in the slightest. They were a Hollywood mock-up that was absolutely phenomenal. Okay, the cultural impact of V was absolutely mind-boggling, but it was based on absolutely nothing except fear and a great Hollywood storyline. As far as They Live, that was based on, quite frankly, it was based on reality, but not on a major pandemic that caused it. Okay, but there are races that can animate the dead, one at a time, if you will. There's even under the religion Vodon, there is a ritual they can pull off where you do end up with a zombie-like approach. So They Live was essentially an elaboration from a reality aspect that Hollywood picked up on. V was just priceless where it came to a cult classic. Unfortunately, it's been the root of a lot of the reptilian belief structure that reptilians have infiltrated the upper echelons of government.
Makes a lot of sense, Keith. A lot of sense. All right. We're going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the top of the hour here. I want to remind our audience listeners, if you're in one of our chat rooms or on Twitter, you want to ask Keith a question, please put your question in capital letters. It is easier for me to read and find. R Keith Andrews of the ET Connection happens near the beginning of each month here on Spaced Out Radio, where we talk all things extraterrestrial with our resident conductor of the Woo Train, the man with the best pork chop sideburns that you will see in North America, R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. Continue with hour number 2 on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Stay tuned. All right. Hi, the Michael Leger How's it going? And UFO Not, welcome back. And let's see who else is joining us here. Keith, I'm going to step away. Just so everybody does know, and thank you, Carlito, for reminding me. Our guest from Monday night, Brian Bowden, who was filling in for Lon Strickler, had a massive heart attack last night. He is alive. He had a couple of stints being put in last night. His wife found him. She got home from the gym and found him sweating profusely and really struggling to breathe. She got him to the hospital, and the doctor basically said that if she was 10 minutes later, Brian would have passed away. We would have lost him. But he is in hospital, I believe, tonight, and they're hoping to God, they move quick in Florida. They're looking to release him either later tonight or tomorrow, but he is expected to make a full recovery. And thank God. And yeah. So if we can all send Brian some love, some prayers, and some healing prayers, I know he would really, really appreciate the love back from the SOR crowd. Hey, Travis, how you doing, man? Good to see you. And yeah, there was something else in Brian's heart that the doctors had never seen before. One of his arteries had started creating new arteries after the heart attack. They said it's a very rare experience when they see that. And Brian said to the doctor, "That's because my heart is alien." True story. Not even making that up. So Brian is keeping his humor. Keith, I know you're watching the chat room. I'm going to take a quick break here. I'll be right back.
Back.
All right. Larky Derry, how you doing? Big thank you tonight to our super chatters, Simon times 3, Louis, Carlito, Big J, Larry, Pam S, Pam H, Michael, Maggie, and Atlantis. Super chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So here we go, everyone. About 5 seconds.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam is set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Macrosian. Macrosian is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on with hour number 2 of the ET Connection. Our good friend R Keith Andrews is back to answer all the questions you have regarding extraterrestrials and potential contact with aliens. Yes, it is one of our most popular shows during the week. Keith, welcome back.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
It's amazing how fast this chat room moves. I just do not fathom how you track it.
Oh, it's a pleasure to do it, my friend. It's a pleasure to do it. All right, let's get right to it, Keith, because we got like almost 30 questions from our audience for you. Start off with Sparkles on Facebook. Is there any alien race that live in peace, not like humans living on planet Earth?
Absolutely. There's a number of them. But the most prominent would be the Mobians. They have no war, no famine. They've got no jealousy. They simply are a unified race. And when we talk about globally unified, I mean, they know what war is, but they don't even look to it.
Really?
Well, you got to remember, the Mobians have the capacity to physically manifest on the spot. Physically manifest whatever they desire.
All right. Well, let's continue on here. Let's go to Terry. Keith, are there any evil angels?
Absolutely. Every species has its evil people. Okay, and just like with humans that are evil, some of them are more volatile or more dangerous because they push the limits than other ones are. Sometimes you'll just get an evil angel that kicks a stuffing out of a younger one just because it's possible. And then you got the ones up a city just because it's possible. I mean, humans are not the only race that is volatile towards each other. It's just they're more prevalent at it. That's why it's just a more common problem than other races.
All right. Let's go to data. R. Keith, have you heard of the Emerthers? And if you have, what can you tell us about them?
I've never heard the term before. Therefore, probably not a lot until I got something a little more to go with, because I may know them by a different name.
Right. Okay, let's continue on. American says, what alien species or race will most humans all come in contact with first? Where will it be in public?
I have no way of telling you that, because you're still looking for that to occur. You're still likely looking another 50 to 100 down the road. Okay. Most likely, I suspect, would probably be the Greys. They're the ones that most people don't actually outright fear or see as gods. But you got to remember, they are scientists. And for the most part, that's all they are. So there is no way I can, there's no way to say, oh, this is the most likely one that everybody will run into.
All right, let's continue on here. Let's go to Jules. Someone I know well said they were visited by beings saying that they were Acadians. Ever heard of them? The only Acadians I've ever heard of is the maritime people of early Canada.
They may be referring to a city on their own planet, or a city or a community on their own planet. Okay, kind of like saying I'm Canadian. Dave and I are Canadian. At least I think Dave is. But
yeah, I'm Anunnaki Canadian.
Yeah, you're not tall enough.
It's the Canadian part.
Oh, okay. Well, we can work with that.
Let's go back to American. What species or race will humans... Oh, that's the same question, just it was shortened. Let's go to Pam. And Pam says, what do aliens do for entertainment? Are we it?
Oh, Lord, no. We are, for most of them, an exercise in study. But I do know when I was about 3 years old, 4 years old, 3, 4 years, no, I'd been just over 5. They play what amounts to 0G wall ball. Depending on the race, that's the most interactive that anybody can play. Okay, but if you take a look at the Teklek or the Strazazian, which are your 7.5, 8.5 foot reptilians, okay, they play a form of football where they carry their weapons with them. You take a look at the Teklek, you don't want to play rugby with them because they will eat the opposing team. And I don't mean they'll beat them, I mean they'll eat them. So it depends on who you're talking to. Now, Yumions, on the other hand, they play a light version of wall ball or of volleyball. Light as in they use photonic volleyballs.
All right, let's continue on here, Keith. And let's get to, who do we got here? Grandmaster. What's the alien secrets?
That they're not much different than you guys. Aside from they got far better toys. Some of them do look at humans and go, are you ever actually going to grow up and stop what you're doing right now? Because you can make some of them look at humans going, you're doing things backwards, but we're not allowed to tell you how to do them forwards. So I mean, you're talking about a real varied outlook on people. Although on the whole, they do actually fear humans. Humans fear aliens because they don't know them. Aliens fear humans because they do. See, humans innately have the capacity to manipulate zero-point energy, thereby modifying reality. And with humans' tendency right now to shoot first and ask if you're friendly second, it's not really a healthy thing.
Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, let's go to Grandmaster. What is the psychology and personal life of an alien?
Well, there's a long drawn out question. I know of at least 100 different aliens I've documented, and each one has a different psychology. But as a people, as in you take the entire 9 yards of all species, and you're all pretty similar. Okay, humans just have a very extensive curiosity streak. Okay, the sea elfin tend to be a little bit more, oops, we shouldn't have done that type exploration. Like the mess they made when they first started abducting people to get to know humans. Well, it was funny in one sense, but really bad for the humans they tried taking down. Because they'd abduct them. And of course, you got to understand, the sea elfid, I can tell you they live at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. But the bottom isn't as shallow as what mankind thinks it is. You know, but when they started taking humans down, they couldn't figure out why when they got the humans down to their world, they were dead. Of course, they couldn't piece together that humans couldn't breathe underwater. Not for the longest time. And you can see where that was going to be a problem.
Yeah, breathing is one of those good things.
Well, it's kind of necessary. But that, you know, that blue gel that was shown on the Abyss?
Yes.
That exists, but it was actually developed by the sea elfin as a way of getting humans down where they can actually talk to them.
All right. Bigfoot Rob wants to know, have we studied meteorites for any alien fossils that you know of?
That I know they have. Can I give you any quantifiable data? No.
All right, let's move on. Marty would like to know, can the James Webb Space Telescope see Mobius?
That depends on where it's sitting. It would have to be, see, the best I can tell you is it's got to be located in a position where it sees the other side of the sun. And I don't know where the James Webb, where the telescope is. But if it is out that far, the answer is yes. But that's a matter of geometry.
Sounds good. Let's continue on. Terry would like to know, Keith, why don't ghosts manifest themselves on a mass scale for long enough so humans know they exist? Are they not allowed to?
Oh no, ghosts are not governed by the same thing that the off-worlders are. But it's the amount of energy they have to utilize in order to come across. And the problem isn't that they don't show themselves. The problem is humans refuse to see them. But ghosts are, it's kind of like, basically a ghost is a pedestrian. You've lost your physical body. Whether it was an animal, a plant, a person, doesn't matter. A ghost simply lost their physical body. But it takes a lot to get the attention, to get humans' attention. And most humans are afraid of ghosts. Primarily because they don't understand them.
Let's continue on here. D. Cohen wants to know, so why you are saying is in order for the ETs to show themselves is for the humans to be more kind and open their minds. Well, I guess we will never know about them with this generation.
In all fairness, it's unlikely. However, we do have the ability to make that start happening, but it's going to require the effort of a lot of people. You know, one thing I keep telling people when I'm on my station is, look, for every time you put out a video that shows crime or shows some sort of derogatory or hurtful video, put out two that show something positive going on. You'll find that impact will have a much higher impact on a positive level towards visibility. If that makes any sense.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It totally does. Let's continue on. Local Boy wants to know, do you think the aliens, would intervene if we had a nuclear war?
If you had a global one, absolutely. If somebody fired off a single nuclear warhead, highly improbable. Okay, where they draw the line is, is the world gearing up for a nuclear war that will affect the entire planet at the same time? If the answer to that is yes, they'll come in, shut down the nuclear reactions, and let you guys shoot each other. They won't stop the war. They will simply stop the nuclear explosions. But that is only if it goes to full scale, not if it goes to a couple of nukes being exchanged.
All right, let's get to alien protocols. What do you love the most about this? I like that question, by the way.
I like the question. I'm just not sure. I'm honestly not sure about this, about the,
it's a personal question. What do you love? What do you love about this the most?
Honestly, the only thing I can honestly say that I love is my other half. But as far as this whole topic goes, it's been the revelation that I came to understand that the off-worlders and humans are virtually identical except for your toys. And it is enjoyable watching mankind run around in circles, trying to sort out how to actually communicate in an honest fashion. To me, it seems cut and dried, but people seem to struggle with it a lot.
That they do. Let's continue. So we got about 6.5 minutes for our next break. Jenny wants to know, R. Keith, what is your opinion on the idea that a large group from our world will transcend from the third world to a 4D world, or a 3D world to a 4D world, and star seeds have come here to move us in that direction?
Well, we'll start with the idea that nobody's going to a 4D world and exist and surviving. We'll start there. Now, as far as the star seeds coming to help move people in a direction towards global unity, that one I would buy wholeheartedly, and that will modify the way the world looks at itself. But nobody is being collected up and taken to a fourth dimension, fifth dimension, or any other than third dimensional world. If physically it would kill them. Anybody that gets taken there, it's a death sentence. Because your genetic superstructure will not survive the transition. And by the way, it's a really brutal way to tear somebody apart.
Let's go here to another one. I am Pam. No, I am Pam. Which alien race that is colonized on the backside of the moon and are sent to Earth to study human behavior as part of their education? I am Pam. No.
No what? Number one, the backside of the moon isn't technically colonized. It's got a way station on it. And virtually every race that is coming to the area checks in there before coming down to Earth before starting to study. So it's not just one race. If you take a look, the best way I can liken it is if you take a look at the Star Wars, the Star Wars bar scene on Tatooine, where you've got all these different people. That's kind of like what you're looking at. Okay, without all the drama and the shooting.
Okay, let's continue on. Matt Geek wants to know, Keith, do ETs have pets like we have cats and dogs?
Yes. Not necessarily cats and dogs, but the answer is yeah, they do. you know, and it really depends on which race as to what they may have. I mean, I get a kick out of it because the earth elementals, Corridon. Okay, the Corridon have literally pet rocks, but you got to understand that their pets are rocks. But yeah, I mean, you're looking at, like I said, the other races all are very similar in a lot of ways to humans, with a couple of major discrepancies. One, they've got a world. Every one of the member races has a one world government, which does not mean a dictatorship, which is where humans keep getting hung up. Okay, it means they are all working towards the same goal, which is not destroying their planet. This doesn't mean they're all totally at peace with each other. You've still got arguments going on, but they all have pets. They have their own version of plant life. You know, it's very much a similar thing. It just depends on which planet we're referring to. I can tell you that the Zeta Reticulans have an interesting problem with their pets. Half their pets are plants, and half their pets will try and eat them. It's a wonderful forest to walk out in. Yeah.
All right, let's go to another question here. Keith, let's go to Cindy. Are the Aldebarans nice? The one I saw seemed very loving.
The Aldebarans, on the whole, are a very humanitarian community. So, yeah, from your standpoint, they are usually very nice, very loving, very open. But they're still not going to give their technology away because they're not allowed to. That's absolutely just flat out forbidden. But they are a genuinely nice group.
Okay, let's continue. About 90 seconds, Keith. From the UK, Andrew, who is flying the Tic Tacs?
You know, I know I've got it written down somewhere, and I'm still trying to remember who the heck it was. That's one of the reasons I've been going back through my notes. I've got a stack of notes that's probably, 6 inches deep of different bits and pieces of different races that I'm pulling together. But the Tic Tacs are, I keep looking at it going, I know I've seen it, and I had it about a month and a half ago, and now I'm trying to find it again. But I will tell you this, as soon as I track it down, simply put, Dave will be one of the first people that I drop a line to.
That's awesome. That is awesome. I want to be there. Can we sneak one more in? Let's try. Let's go to Vaughn. Keith, do you believe we went to the moon and have been told not to return?
Well, that's a yes and no. Yes, mankind has gone to the moon. And yes, mankind told itself not to return and then totally ignored it. Okay, but the off-worlders didn't say don't come. The off-worlders just simply said, don't shoot anybody up here and ask us if we're friendly. Mankind was not forbidden to go to the moon. Mankind scared itself when they realized the moon was occupied. I'm waiting for them to figure out that the moon actually has a budding atmosphere on it already.
That's right. Keith, we're going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection continue on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Stay tuned. More alien talk right after the break. There we go. We are clear.
And I'm going to take a moment and run off to the washroom here.
You go, girl. You go. Guys having fun yet? The big R Keith, he's on a roll tonight. I sold this one. I love you, love V, love. I love you. Boss Monster, why can't you fly into Vegas? You fly all over the place. Haven't got snow in a couple days. And next week, it's supposed to be above 0 temperatures here. So I think we've made it through the cold. And we're going to start our meltdown here for the spring pretty quick. Henry the Green Engine, welcome to SOR Chat. Wow. Look at Maggie. El Ovni wears granny panties to play bingo. My goodness. That's an I am Pam type comment right there. Hi, Pay Parker. How are you? Yeah, Dave is Pazam. Pazam. Keith, how about a close up of them sideburns?
Okay.
Look at them.
That'd be your issue. I have no idea how you'd pull that off, but that's okay. Tech is your baby, not mine.
I've already zoomed in on you. I just need you to turn side to side. Oh, look at those. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. There you go. For all the ladies and gentlemen out there who wanted to see Keith's pork chops. I know Nicole Sackich was hot to trot on him. Yeah, see? Here's Nicole. Magnificent. She loves your pork chops. Matt Geek was in love with him. Grandmaster. Oh, yeah. Simon says Keith's a beautiful man. Joey Zed, those are some sweet chops. Grandmaster, Pay Parker, Elvis like pork chops.
If only I had a voice.
Super Duke says Keith has the best mutton chops on this side of Elvis. Thurston, R Keith chops, yes.
Well, I suspect people will be happy to know I'm not planning on cutting them, period. I told my other half. The beard will stay gone. I just don't bother since she's not here yet. But the chop she's going to have to settle for. Because they're just not leaving.
Oh, Thin Lizzy loves the woo chops. Raw Umber, welcome to the chat room. Says, I'm jealous. All right. Thank you to our super chatters tonight. Simon ×4, Louie, Carlito, Big J, Larry, Pam S ×2, Pam H, Michael, Maggie, Atlantis, Derek. Thank you so much for the love and support of Spaced Out Radio. Here we go, everyone, in 3 seconds. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again where we say hello to R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. And this is, we got until the top of the hour. We got a bunch of audience questions coming for you, Keith. You ready? You pumped up? Let's do this.
Well, I know about the pumped up, but fire away.
All right, let's go to Travis. Keith, what are you going to do when the mothership shows up?
Get on it and ask him not to bring me back.
Awesome. Go to Raz. Is love at first sight with an ET helpful to the cause of integration?
No more than it is to the cause of world peace. There's nothing wrong with it by any functional stretch, but it really doesn't have a global impact.
All right, good enough. Let's go to Pam. Keith, what do aliens do? We asked that question already. Let's go to Super Duke. How many miniatures do you own?
In excess of 500.
Explain what miniatures are for people who may be wondering.
Do it the easy way. Oh, I moved them.
Just remember, we got a radio audience, Keith.
Oh, good point.
Yes, they can't see that.
Then going to get them won't help. Anyway, a miniature is just a small, usually plastic formed, sometimes metal formed figure of either a person or a creature. You know, person, creature, or plant. Most commonly used in either war games or Dungeons and Dragons and other role-playing games. And for location when you're laying out a interaction on the table.
Excellent. Okay. Continuing on here with, let's go to Travis. Greetings, Keith. Have you seen any UFOs of late?
Only yesterday. Didn't see any today, but then I didn't leave the house tonight. Basically, it's sometimes the easiest way to look for them is to not look for them. And what I mean by that is watch the star field or the clouds for that matter. And if you're seeing something fade out and then fade back in, like for instance, you got a whole pile of stars and they start blinking out in sequence and then showing up a moment later, you've got something passing in front of them. You now have the UFO in your eyes, in your sight.
Let's continue. Go to Rafin. If one has etheric wings, does it mean one may have been from the angelic world?
No. Some humans, quite frankly, have etheric wings because they are still connected to their own past or their own core. But the etheric wing side of it is not in and of itself of the angelic world. Primarily because the angelic world isn't etheric. Okay, you may, if you want to look at genetics or past lives, you may well be well connected to the fairy realm. You know, that would be the easiest part. By the way, if you do have etheric wings, I don't recommend you try flying. The odds are they won't hold your physical body.
All right, let's continue on. Let's go to Raz. What do you say Earth's health is more important to the non-humans than people's survival?
Without a shadow of a doubt, yes. Mankind is not the first race that had dominant control as caretakers of Etah. You know her as Earth or as Gaia. I know her as Etah. Again, her health is far more important than the humans. I know that's pretty cold, but
let's go to Americans. Actually, we've asked that question already. Let's go to Horsey. Has Hollywood been involved in doing their part of sorts of a slow drip disclosure?
whether or not I want to call it a slow drip disclosure, there are some of Hollywood's directors that clearly know what's going on. Whether the government has anything to do with it or not, I cannot speak for certain. I do know that there are a number of Hollywood directors and at least one European director that are definitively in the know of the off-worlders' presence on Earth.
Okay. All right. Let's go to who do we got here? Let's go to the Michael Leger. Keith, are there alien species that have manta ray type wings?
Yeah, well, only technically. They're not alien. They're an ancient race. They actually live in our own oceans. And rest assured, they are pretty volatile if you actually kick them off. They have been shown in some movies, and one of the movies I remember seeing them in, if I remember correctly, was this one. But in the Abyss, they showed one there.
What did they show again? I'm trying to figure out that part in the movie, The Abyss.
Way down, remember when, and don't ask me what the actor's name was, but remember the star got taken down underwater? When they were just approaching the city, there was that one, and they had the one manta ray. Basically, it was translucent.
Right. Okay. I know the part you're talking about now. Okay, let's continue on, Keith. Let's go to Lightwalkers. How do they pick and choose people? Is it bloodline?
That depends entirely on the race and the research project. Could be bloodline, could be hair color, could be just you happen to be in the right place at the right time. More often than not, depending on who, but if you look at the primary people involved, you're looking at generational. So yeah, they're looking at bloodline because they're watching nomadic tendencies.
Right. All right, let's continue on here. And let's go to Terry. Keith, do demons really hate humans?
No, they love them. They taste great. They actually don't have a hatred of humans by any functional stretch. But now, of course, we have to look at the reality. Demons, spelled demons, are a construct of many of the religious peoples on this planet. The daemon, who is what you're probably referring to, are the actual race. And they themselves do not hate humans, but they do have a might is right mentality. Which means they do see humans on the whole as being a rather weaker and therefore, shall we say, less respected race. Much like humans will walk over a dandelion and think nothing of it.
Gotcha. Okay, let's go to Tim. How do you recommend we initiate a positive ET close encounter?
I wish I could give you a definitive answer on that. I will tell you the one thing I have noticed is if in your day-to-day life you treat all people that you do run into as equals, you respect their viewpoint and what have you, you're far more likely to get the attention of an actual contact as compared to an abduction. That's the best way I can put it.
Okay, let's go to Simon in Australia. Keith, What can we start doing today to improve our lives?
I love that question. I really do. Take a look at what you're happy with, what you're not content with in your life. Doesn't matter what it is. Okay. And start correcting that. That may be just something as simple as, I'm not happy with the fact my dishes aren't done. Get up and take care of them. If you're not happy with your education, start looking into quite literally a self-directed education. In other words, start improving, start removing the barriers around you that are brought about by things you're not content with. On the plus side, this is the same routine, the same message that I end up giving to countless other races. Okay, this is what I've spent my life actually telling people is, look, you're not happy with your life. It's time for you. Seek the guidance you need in order to change things. Okay, wherever you're getting the support from, just remember, if it's making you unhappy, it's not leading to a better life.
All right, let's go to the next one. Derek wants to know, Keith, we've been told that the U.S. government doesn't have alien species recovered from crashed craft. Do you believe this is true?
Well, I believe that trusting that kind of a comment, if they had it, do you really think it would be wise for them to come out after this long and go, hey, oh, by the way, we've been lying to you? Would I personally trust that comment? Not a prayer. Okay, but, does that mean they absolutely do? I cannot, as the saying goes, I can neither confirm nor deny that. But do I believe that they have off-worlders? Absolutely, I do.
Okay, let's go on here. Hadley wants to know, Keith, what about receiving your thoughts, taking on the light, and making good shape and form?
Oh, I'm not entirely certain of the reference to taking on the light, but thoughts absolutely can be utilized to create physical form. The Mobians are living proof. They do it all the time. Okay, they do it a lot faster, but the artists on this world that take the time to write, to draw, to sing, whatever, they're taking their thoughts and through effort, bringing them into a physical form that other people can share in. This is what creativity is all about.
All right, let's continue on here. Laura wants to know, Keith, what race is very tall with facial features like a gray, but beautiful in blue? And what can you tell us about them?
Sheep. I was just looking at that. Number one. Yeah, they're definitively not gray. That's not the particular. Shouldn't I just look that up? Hopefully I have right handy, but that's not the Aldebarans. I can tell you it starts with an R, I think Rajoran. Okay, and that's Rajoran, not Bajoran.
Okay, let's continue on.
But they do look very.
We got 17 questions for 9.5 minutes.
That
Life 101 wants to know, do you think aliens are fallen angels?
No. The Angelos are a different race altogether. But no, aliens are not fallen angels by any stretch.
2 quick questions from Pam. Any chance of... Okay, I don't really understand what UT are. Being truthful, that aliens helped Americans during World War II and Vietnam?
Well, the answer is, were they in contact? Yes. Did they offer any sort of communication, tactical, or weapon supply? No. Now, what you got to realize is that other races were involved with the other major civilizations on Earth. Every so-called first world country has had ongoing contact in various forms, but none of them have been exchanging weapons.
From Pam again, is it true the aliens on the dark side of the moon told us not to come back?
No. It's just mankind got scared and decided that was a bad idea and still kept going back anyway. This whole issue of they haven't been there in 25 years is, shall we say, missed.
All right, let's continue. Let's go to Lily Pond. Is the 20 and back secret space program real?
Not knowing what the 20 and back is, I don't know. The secret space program is real. And quite frankly, not all that secret. Today, they're in the middle of striving to bring an asteroid into geosynchronous orbit around the moon in order to build interstellar ships off-world. Which realistically, when you look at the rationality behind it, makes sense.
20 and back is allegedly people being taken and then taken up to Mars for 20 years or somewhere like that, and then come back and their age regressed to what the age they were at.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath on that.
Yeah, me either. Okay, let's continue on. Grandmaster wants to know which aliens do which propulsion on which world on what days. And if that's too confusing, we can move on.
Well, the best propulsion system available was developed by the Atlanteans and used by most of the Galactic Consortium, and that's the OTE drive, the oscillatory densification and the tritransspatial equilarity. But you got to also remember that if you don't flip the fractal inversion into consideration, you can't slow the ship down, and that probably didn't help a lot.
Works for me. Second question from Grandmaster. How do the Tic Tacs fly? What kind of propulsion mechanics you think?
Subquantum magnetics.
Okay.
Again, we're talking about technology. Try that again.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we are talking about technology that far surpasses humans.
Sandra would like to know what alien race would have banners on orbs to be transcribed. It was a dream I had.
Honestly, humans. Not so much aliens by any functional stretch. Most of the orbs you see would not appreciate being branded.
All right, let's continue on. Human Carl would like to know, follow-up, can humans reincarnate into an alien race if they chose?
Absolutely. Anything you desire to reincarnate into, you can. Animal, vegetable, alien, mineral, elemental, doesn't matter. You get to pick.
Okay, let's go to Thomas. What can you tell us about the motherships?
Well, that's about as ambiguous a question or grand scale a question as we get. Depends on what the ship is. Okay, if you look at the Moldakian motherships, they are generation ships. Okay, and they literally, they never see their home world. Or many of the people that finally get back there never saw it to start with. You take a look at the Consortium's mothership. Well, their flagship has a main gun that if you were to take the USS Titanic, or no, the HMS Titanic, turn it broadside and shove it down the barrel, they'd still have room to maneuver. You got to remember. Go ahead.
Oh, finish up.
You got to remember, motherships contain the largest of the ships that you see. You don't see a mothership coming into the area very often.
All right, let's go to Maggie. Is there a connection to UFOs and thunderstorms?
Only in as much as quite often UFOs will use a thunderstorm as a way of concealing their arrival, i.e., they'll hide inside thunderheads to get a little closer look at mankind. Quite often that's done on a sightseeing run. Martokians are almost famous for it. And if you take a look at the number of sightings of UFOs, whenever Mars is at its closest point to Earth, the UFO sightings seem to triple, roughly. But that's because the Martokians come here for field trips.
Fun times. Okay, let's continue on. We got about 2.5 minutes here. We're not going to get through them all, but we'll try. Raw Umber wants to know, do snow days affect alien visitations?
I would be inclined to say no, since they keep picking up Eskimos.
Joseph wants to know, does Earth have a soul and or spirit?
Yes. Earth herself, I know her as Eta. Okay, she is a Kaboran. Now, all planets are not Kaboran, but she is.
Perfect. Terry wants to know, Keith, how does a human go about making friends with a werewolf?
Do not wear steak sauce. Quite honestly, you just got to remember, werewolves are temperamental and much more animalistic than what you're shown. They do not blend well with people.
Perfect. Let's go to Mark. Keith, can you explain what kind of the force fields are around some of these craft?
Yeah. What they do is a hyperdensification of the subquantum magnetic fields coupled with a photonic overlay. Not entirely certain that's going to help, but ultimately that's what they're doing.
All right. Final question. We got about a minute. D-Cone wants to know, how can I become a UFO hunter in the most civilian restricted district in the U.S., D.C.?
From my standpoint, I'd suggest carefully.
My suggestion, you join Arrow. That's what you do. You join Arrow. Keith, let's get your YouTube channel out there if you don't mind.
Not in the slightest. I'm hoping I've got it right. R Keith Andrews. That's quite literally the easiest way to find me.
YouTube.com/R Keith Andrews. I should know I helped him set it up. Keith, it is always a pleasure to have you here on Spaced Out Radio. Conductor of the Woo Train, turning it right up. And you hit a 10 out of 10 tonight, my man.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I love the questions.
Yeah, they were insane questions today. Insane.
They were. The one thing I will say is, if you guys have a question I didn't get to, drop me a line. I'll do what I can to answer. Other than that, I'll be back again in a month.
That's right. R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. Coming up in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. Then, the UFO report with little Timmy Senor, our resident Timbit. We're going to get into lobbying for UFOs. Is it a good thing or not? Find out right after this. Great job, Keith. As per usual, great job.
How good? And thank you very much. How good did we do in the turnout?
About 240, 245.
Nice.
Yeah. And we just need everybody to go over to youtube.com/R Keith Andrews. Go hit subscribe and help Keith out. There you go. Thank you, Derek, for that second super chat. Very much appreciate you, my man. All right, Keith, we will let you go. And have a good night, my bun. You're always the
You
best.
too.
Dude.
And
We'll
thanks
talk
again,
soon.
Dave.
We'll talk soon, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, buddy. Much love to you.
You take care.
Bye-bye. R Keith Andrews, everyone. Appreciate that. I will be right back. And see you in a few. Did my chair move? Did my chair move? All right. Just a couple of weeks away from UFO Con 2023. And I am Pam, by the way. There we go. Hey, Barada, how you doing? From Singapore. And if you're going to San Francisco for UFOCon 2023, go to UFOCon2023.com and grab your tickets right there. Going to see some great speakers. Science Bob is going to be there, Sev Talk, Melinda Leslie, and many, many more. So that'll be good. That will be good. I am Pam, by the way. And yeah, otherwise, if you can't see us in San Francisco, join us in Las Vegas for May 19th through 21st. I'll give you a little secret. If you come to our fan party, which is going to be awesome, we're also going to celebrate my 50th birthday there. 5-0. Little Timmy Senor is going to buy me a cupcake with a candle on it. And random guy is going to run in, blow out the candle, then stuff it in my face, probably. Here we go with hour 3.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Macrosian. Macrosian is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as a clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again for us to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. I was hitchhiking on a deserted highway, my thumb sticking out hopefully as I waited for a passing car to stop and offer me a ride. I'd been standing there for quite some time, easily for a couple of hours, the sun slowly dipping below the horizon and casting long shadows across the pavement. Just as I was about to give up hope and start walking, I saw headlights in the distance. I cheered inwardly and stuck out my thumb again, trying to look as friendly and non-threatening as possible. As the car drew closer, I saw that it was an old, beat-up van. The kind of van your parents warned you about when you were a kid. The kind that kidnappers and serial killers drove around in. But I was desperate and didn't want to spend the night in the cold, so I shrugged off my concerns and stepped closer to the side of the road. The van pulled up beside me, the window rolled down. The driver was an old man with a wild beard and a crooked smile. He looked me up and down, and I felt a shiver run down my spine.
"Where are you headed, boy?"
he asked me, his voice gravelly and deep. "Just down the road a bit," I said, trying to keep my tone casual. The old man nodded and motioned for me to get in the van. I hesitated momentarily, then climbed in, closing the door behind me. I noticed something odd about the truck as we pulled back onto the highway. It was almost silent. For one thing, there was no radio. There was no engine hum, there was nothing. Just stillness. There were no windows either, just metal walls and a single door. I started to feel uneasy, like I had made a terrible mistake. But before I could say anything, the old man grinned at me.
"You're a lucky one, boy,"
he said.
"I don't usually pick up hitchhikers."
I tried to smile back, but my heart was pounding. Something was definitely off about this whole situation. Suddenly, the van lurched to a stop. I looked out the windshield and saw another vehicle in front of us, a black SUV with tinted windows. It was blocking our way, and there was no way to get around it. The old man cursed under his breath, then looked at me with a wild look.
"Stay here,"
he said.
"and I'll take care of this."
With that, he exited the van, slammed the door behind him, and off he went. I was left alone in the silent, windowless van, my heart hammering in my chest. That's when I heard a low, guttural growling, what seemed to be coming from outside the truck. I peered out the windshield, but I couldn't see anything at all. Suddenly, the van started to lurch and shake. Something was pushing it from all sides, trying to tip it over. I clung to the seat, my heart in my throat, and that's when I saw a ghostly black van. Just like the SUV blocking our way a minute ago. But this one was hovering in the air just outside the windowless walls of the old man's van. It was a ghostly van that I had heard about, the one that stalked and chased hitchhikers on deserted highways. And now it was apparently after me and this old man. I screamed and I tried to open the door, but it would not budge. The ghostly van was getting closer, its headlights blazing in the darkness. I could hear the screams of its previous victims echoing in my head. Just when I thought it was all over, the old man burst back into nothingness like he was never there at all, and I suddenly found myself outside on the side of the highway in a fetal position. My face was soaked with tears, and admittedly I had soiled myself. I honestly have no idea what happened that day, but I am very thankful I survived and have been able to tell the tale. Sometimes I wonder if I had somehow gotten poisoned or whatever, but I never did drugs. I didn't even drink at this time. So, I really have to wonder, was it a hallucination from being tired, or did I experience something otherworldly?
Our good friend Swamp Dweller giving us a little freaky taste of what he talks about on a nightly basis over at his YouTube channel, youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads. We're proud to have Swamp Dweller kick off the third hour each and every night here on Spaced Out Radio. Head over to his YouTube channel if you want to hear thousands of free stories just like that. From the swamp to the stars, it is that time once again. We bring in little Timmy Senor, a resident Timbit, and the UFO report.
Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
What is up, my man? It's always good to have you here on Spaced Out Radio, Tim.
Busy stuff. As always, it's good to see you. You're wearing my favorite color, bright orange. I enjoy that. Thank you.
I did not know that's your favorite color.
And I loved that little UFO you've got on there. That's a great shirt.
Yeah, it's a UFO and tacos shirt, which can be found on our store at Spaced Out Radio.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's what I do, man. You know, I was going to wear my random guy t-shirt, but yeah, it's disappeared. It's so random.
That's the way he floats. Everything about that guy is just pure mystery.
It's all mystery. It's like Doug Henning used to say, it's all an illusion.
Smoke and mirrors.
Smoke and mirrors, my friend.
Yeah.
Smoke and mirrors. It's good to have you here, as it's been another busy week here on Spaced Out Radio with the UFO report and lots of things going on. But there's one story that you want to get to, and we're going to get into this, a big debate about this tonight and discussion. It's about lobbying in the U.S. Congress and the Senate for UFOs. Now, I don't know how I feel about this. Before the show, I actually called up Nicole Sakich, and I said, Nicole, how do you feel about this? Like, what's your thing on this? And she was like, I don't mind it. I think it's good. Gets the ideas out there, gets the message out there. But let's get to why we're talking about this. I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, UFOs in Washington. And I think that this is absolutely a topic that needs to be under scrutiny and made sure to be put under the microscope. And so former U.S. Navy pilot Ryan Graves has launched Americans for Aerospace, a new advocacy group that will push Congress and the Biden administration to expand investigations into the unidentified aerial phenomenon and share more of the details with the public. And so now the Pentagon has yet to explain the existence of several UAPs identified by military pilots, And Susan McHugh, former chief of staff to Senator Harry Reid, who successfully pushed for Pentagon funding to investigate UAPs, will advise the group, along with former Politico defense editor Brian Bender. And so, forming this new group, it looks like there's going to be a new push on the Washington front by this group, advocating for awareness in the skies above the United States. And so, you and I and the groups that we work around have been discussing this. And this has been a topic that's been fairly heated on the Hill. And so, we know that people in these groups, such as Stephen Bassett, have been advocating for quite a long time, pushing for this as far back as even in the Hillary Clinton campaign, strategizing to hope that they could push for UFO disclosure with the election potentially of Hillary Clinton. And then again, Stephen again pushed forward in 2016 with the election political initiative, again, where he was informing people in political power of potential dangers of ignoring the UFO topic. Now, I want to kind of highlight some of the issues that I see on this push towards the Hill with this topic. And we have talked about this as distinguishing UAP and UFO. And so historically, Stephen Bassett has pushed for UFO and the truth for that, and looking into history and proving to Congress that this is an existing reality. And now we're seeing a new advocacy group coming forward. And I'd like to highlight that it pushes for UAP information to be pushed towards Congress so that they're aware of the things that are flying in our skies that may be perhaps a little more mundane. And so these are two, I would like to say, considerably different pushes for a similar topic. But now lobbying is becoming the thing of the future. We know that we have even big business that hire professional lobbyists to push certain narratives. So I'm just curious, Dave, it seems like a great way to get it forward, but are we in danger of losing UFO to UAP when we push for this advocacy on the Hill?
Well, I think it goes back to the definition that many don't agree with me on, that there is a real difference between UAP and UFO. UFO, obviously taken more in an extraterrestrial type term, whereas UAP is, in my opinion, man-made objects that are being seen within American airspace that may not be from the American government or American businesses. That's my opinion. Now, I'm not saying UAP can't include UFOs. Okay, but I think this is where I get a little confused about all of a sudden all of these companies and groups the last couple of years since the To the Stars Academy coming out and wanting a piece of this UFO pie. I don't think it's wrong, Tim, that we have people advocating in Washington, D.C. for government disclosure or confirmation of the UFO subject. Call it UAP subject, whatever you want. Okay? Whatever you want. In my opinion, there's a reason for that. I don't think we have defined the reason for that yet. See, originally, Stephen Bassett from the Paradigm Research Group, who's been on this show numerous times, including just a couple weeks ago, you know, he was the only UFO lobbyist for decades, like almost 30 years. He's been pushing for this subject, or over 30 years. And finally, you know, he's getting older, he's getting tired, trying to do the job, but just couldn't push anymore because at that point, not many were listening. To the Stars comes along, they have a bunch of government pull, and then we see all these other groups hopping on in, whether it's UAPX, whether it's Galileo Project, whether it's now Enigma Labs or Ryan Graves' new project. We need these. Yes, we do. I'm not saying that all of them are good for the UFO field, but the more the merrier. But what is their goal? What is their purpose of doing this? What are they lobbying for? Are they lobbying for the disclosure of UFOs to all humanity? Or are they lobbying for the business that is going to come out of this, which could lead to government contracts, which could lead to some, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in research and understanding? This is where I'm unsure about this, because the one thing I do know, in my opinion, UAP really pushes a narrative that isn't good for the public of the United States and isn't good for the public of the world. UFOs is still traditional.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And I wanted to kind of highlight that by going to Americans for Safe Aerospace and just reading their mission statement, which very specifically determines what they're all about. And so it says here, Americans for Safe Aerospace, or ASA, is an issue advocacy organization for aerospace safety and national security with a focus on UAP. ASA supports the pilots and other aerospace professionals who are reporting UAP with credible voices, public education, grassroots activism, and lobbying on Capitol Hill. If UAP are foreign drones, they pose an urgent threat to national security and airspace safety. If there's something else, it must be a scientific priority to find out. And he keeps it pretty simple, but that sounds like a very clear definition of what they're hoping to push with their advocacy. And I find it succinct.
Don't you find it quite the same as what the Enigma Labs is doing?
Well, Enigma's collecting information and hoping to distribute, right? And they're also hoping to be the one-stop shop for information on. So you can go and look up historical information. You can look up current things in the sky. If you're not sure of what you're seeing, you can go there and kind of match what you're seeing to images that they already have in video captures, so you can rule out Starlink and things like that. Whereas I feel like this is a program that is much more defined and taking information, hopefully with witnesses or cases or evidence, and showing how there's an urgent threat to the national security and the airspace safety.
Where's the threat?
Well, according to, I'm just reading the words here. It's just saying, if UAP are foreign drones, they pose an urgent threat to national, security and airspace.
Okay, let's just time that out for a second, because that's on their website, right?
Yes.
Why even put that on the website when the government, like, random guy came on this show, we were talking about the Chinese drones. He came on and says, this is something that has been going on around the world for 50, 60 years. We just had enough because civilians saw it. But we know it's been happening. So I don't understand where Ryan Graves is all of a sudden, and his team are throwing that in there. Okay. This is where we get confused as ufologists and people involved in the UFO community. Chinese drones, Russian drones, Iranian drones, North Korean drones, Japanese drones, American drones, German drones are not UFOs. They're man-made. And if they have been happening for years, and the government has been tracking them for years with all of their satellite systems that they have, why are we pushing for more data on them? We already know they're a threat because they're spying. Okay, so this is where I don't like, where we're trying to bring in, and this is why I say UAP is a narrative. because UAP, as what says on Ryan's website, are man-made. Just like we told you a couple weeks ago. And I had a whole Dave 101 on it. And this adds strength to what we were saying to our audience. Because our job, Tim, we may discuss and we may debate at times. Okay? But our job here is still to try and educate the public, especially those who are new to the subject and new to listening to this show, that there is a phenomena out there that we are very, very interested in. Now, I've never talked to Ryan Graves. I would like to. I would like to interview him. I think he's a very smart man. He's very poignant. He's very well-spoken, well-educated. I think he's a smart guy. And he's obviously a very talented business person, never mind a fighter pilot or former fighter pilot who had an experience up close and personal. But he's obviously a very smart man with the business ties that he has created after his military career. Let's give him credit. Okay, I'm not going to crap on him the way we've kind of really dug our heels in with a group like Enigma, who is really seems nefarious in their ways of trying to take over this UFO subject.
Yeah, and Ryan is very focused on airspace safety. He follows up in the next sentence to say if they are something else, it must be a scientific priority to find out. So he considers that they could be something else, and we need to distinguish between UFO and UAP. And so I appreciate that. The thing that I do find concerning, however, is that knowing that that's the push, I'm still waiting for the real UFO search to come under fire. Like, where is the real UFO push on Washington other than what we're seeing done with the work by Stephen Bassett? And hopefully when we come back, we'll be able to bring in, my attention is now being brought to MUFON. And perhaps it's trying to seriously get into the game of lobbying and having some kind of advocacy on Washington. And that draws a concern.
I think it does draw a concern. But once again, what we need to figure out, and I wish more ufologists would think about this, are we creating a misnomer here, UFOs versus UAP? And with all of these different groups lobbying now to get into the game, okay, TTSA is still active. We know Galileo is active. We know Enigma Labs is active. We know MUFON has just teamed up with a lobbyist group in Washington, D.C. called A10 Associates, and has already gone as far without their membership knowing that they've placed the owner and the creator of that company on their board of directors, Ryan Graves' team, and there are many others that are trying to get involved here. And we'll continue this conversation when we return on Spaced Out Radio. Is lobbying good in D.C.? Do you want lobby groups for UFOs? Are they relevant? UFO Report with Tim Senor returns after this. Excuse me.
R Keith, and what a great night. So many questions for that guy.
Oh, yeah.
He's so deep.
Ryan Graves was never involved in the To the Stars Academy.
Yeah. I've got lots more on this.
Old Johnny Davies there says, as much as I hate UAP, it helped get rid of the stigma of UFO and associated the UFO topic with the rest of the phenomena being seen. Brian Prusek, how you doing, buddy? Good to have you back.
Yeah.
I have this little itch in my throat right there. And every Friday I get it.
Try a back scratcher.
No, it won't get that. That's why I had a fisherman's friend.
Oh, man. I went to the optometrist today to get some new lenses, and he had totally two different lenses, and like one was really wrong, one was great. But it was like one of those things where at first I thought it was me, and eventually he figured out that it was the lenses. But man, it's so weird getting glasses. You must know, anytime you get new prescription, it's so bizarre.
Yeah. I go on the 30th.
Oh, no kidding.
Yep. These have been the best frames. These Ray-Bans here been the best frames I've ever had.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tried and true.
What was I going to say? You want to see some nasty crap coming down the pipe here? Dude, you should be checking Twitter on Canadian politics right now. Like, our spy agency, CSIS, released a report that the last two elections that Justin Trudeau won were truly, CSIS has come out with this. This isn't just somebody speculating. They infiltrated our election process and then donated $1 million to the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation through Chinese businesses. And Trudeau apparently knew but didn't do anything about it. He allowed the Chinese government to set up a Chinese police station in Canada. Yeah, dude. This is all true. This isn't conspiracy. It is all over Twitter. Right?
How does that make you feel? I mean, like, right under our nose.
The prick should resign. But he won't.
How does that happen right under your nose? How do they set up a station without people wondering?
Because he is too maniacal and too arrogant that he lets his arrogance act like Teflon. Oh, yeah. You want to see a real mess. You guys think you got a voter's mess in the United States? Okay. Whether or not the last one was rigged, that is nothing compared to what has happened here in Canada. Nothing.
Any predictions on what it's going to turn out like?
I think he's going to resign. He's going to be forced to resign. And if he doesn't, his party will collapse. And, look, it doesn't matter what my politics are. The guy's an asshole. Pardon my language.
We're on commercial. Yeah.
Well, I realize that. I don't like swearing on the YouTube anymore. But sometimes you got to call an asshole, okay? And that's what the guy is. Okay? So
wow.
He's the dude.
Wow. That's wow. Wow. I don't know where to start with any of that.
Yeah.
It hurts.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Canada.
This is a guy who has gone publicly, and you can find the tape on it, where he says he admires the basic Chinese dictatorship.
Right.
Right? Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Thank you to our super chatters tonight. And here we go, the final half hour. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/spaced out radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on with the UFO report. Our main man, Tim Senor, is with us. Tim, we are talking about lobbying for UFOs in Washington, D.C. after a new group set up by former fighter pilot Ryan Graves, who is an experiencer of something strange in the sky while a fighter pilot, is taking some aim here at the UFO lobbying market.
On a clear, sunny day in April of 2014, two FA-18s took off for an air combat training mission off the coast of Virginia. The jets, part of my naval fighter squadron, climbed to an altitude of 12,000 and steered towards warning area W72, an exclusive block of airspace 10 miles east of Virginia Beach. All the traffic on the training area goes through a single GPS point at a set altitude, and almost like a doorway into a massive room where military jets can operate without running into other aircraft. And just at the moment that the two jets crossed the threshold, one of the pilots saw a dark gray cube inside of a clear sphere, motionless against the wind and fixed directly at the entry point. The jets, only 100 feet apart, zipped past the object on either side. The pilots had come so dangerously close to something they couldn't identify that they terminated the training mission immediately and returned to base. And this is what draws concern for pilots. And this is why we're seeing such a push by Graves and the advocacy for awareness over the airspace that we currently have. And I think it makes a lot of sense. And he's absolutely right. We need to be aware of what these things are because there have been close calls. The fact is there were 114, of which I think they had considered some of those balloons, but a lot of them were unidentified. And so there's plenty of near misses that there are out there. And so this is absolutely a reasonable push. Now, we need to be sure that we distinguish UFO from UAP at some point. And I think that even in Ryan Graves' advocacy group, he is distinguishing the two, and we need to figure out what they both are. However, I feel that the real push that I'm interested in, that our group is interested in, is the real enigma of UFO. I didn't mean to pull in Enigma too soon here, but of course, groups like that are pushing for a certain polarity, I feel, perhaps for funding or looking to be the one-stop shop for UFO information. I find that's dangerous. But again, I like the advocacy groups going to Washington and pushing the need for more attention, more scientific data to be driven. But I think that they need to be clear when they do get to Congress that there are these two very real different things. And they need to also express how there's enough information on both to prove that they both exist. It's not just all balloons.
No, I agree with you. It's definitely not just balloons at all. And Ryan Graves, the one thing I like about him is he hasn't done anything to cause controversy in this field. The only thing that he has said is, this is what I saw while driving my FA-18 Super Hornet. This affected me. It made me curious about what's in the sky. And now I'm working and trying to do something about it productively. That's what I like about Ryan Graves. Will you bring up the difference between what Ryan Graves and his group are doing compared to Enigma Labs, who's the faceless UAP shadow? That's, in my opinion, scary comparatively to what Graves is doing while being the face of this group and saying, look, we want to know what's going on just like you do. But we still have to, like you said, and we're going to sound like a broken record here, we still have to define what is a UFO and what is a UAP. Now,
Right.
So I'm willing to give Ryan the benefit of the doubt on what he is doing because he's played a clean game. You haven't seen him on Twitter or battling UFO Twitter or, doing a bunch of, interviews just to get their name out in the subject. He is, very cautious with who he talks to. He's very cautious. And I've never spoken to the man. I've never reached out to him. It is on my list of things to do for our audience. Okay. But he's very cautious about what he is doing because the work right now seems more important than the media. And the other thing that he is doing that I've noticed is he's being the face of the franchise, of his own franchise. When he has news, he releases it. When he has something to update, he releases it. There's no shine to it. There's no Enigma Labs to it where you don't know who's talking. You know that you're getting the information from him. This is all stuff I like. Okay. But the question, like I bring up previously in the last half hour, how many of these groups do we need now? And what are they actually vying for UFOs or UAP? Because a lot of the stuff the military has already taken care of for decades.
Right. Well, I think what they're trying to do, or what it appears to be, is that they are a credible source of information, potentially even a military source of information without having to get it from the Navy and wait potentially for our military to disclose, because they've been pretty clear that they're not going to give anything away. So we have to turn to the next best thing, which are our military personnel, either active or not. And so not only is Ryan doing that, but I'll also mention that he has a podcast where he gives a place for other whistleblowers to come forward, just like he did, and give them a comfortable space where he interviews them. And then he makes it available, I think, on YouTube and lots of other podcast sources for people to get firsthand witness accounts. And basically, he's creating a public log. If he needs to point a congressman to it, he can say, pull out your phone and check out this interview and check out this minute there where this witness talks about this happening. I feel like that is a very user-friendly way to get this in the hands of the people that need to know it. And so it's absolutely the right way of going about it. And I also, hand anyone that's willing to go public with this in any way credit, because this is not an easy topic to talk on. And so the fact that he's highlighting this, that we need more safety in the air as being the first and utmost highlight to his motivation seems fair. When you hear stories like this, how an up close and personal UAP event takes place, it could potentially be hazardous. And so it needs to be addressed. Now, there's a whole other element that he's implying, that there's a UFO element that it could be, and some of the events taking place could be within that gray area. But he's not focusing on that. He's really trying to focus on what we can prove as being a hazard. And so I think that's fair. At some point, we're going to have to agree that there is this gray box that we need to figure out, because as tough as it is to admit, UFO has to be discussed and we have to figure out what to do about it. Right.
Right. And I agree with you. We have to figure out, I think that's a powerful statement. We have to figure out what we're going to do about it. But the thing that I don't like, Tim, and I see this pattern forming, and our audience should pick it up too. You may agree with it, you may not. But all of these groups now that are vying for this, all of a sudden there's a sense of secrecy of what they're actually doing in Washington, D.C., and who they're talking to and who they're dealing with and what their role is there. Why is this becoming secretive? Because we have private companies and private boards that are making movements towards whatever this UAP thing is. This is concerning for me because there's not a lot of transparency going on as everybody tries to jump into the UAP narrative. Everybody wants a piece of it. MUFON wants a piece of it. Tom DeLonge is still spreading his TTSA gospel on it. And everything is in secrecy. Okay? What the hell does MUFON need to be in Washington, D.C. for? Enigma can do what they want. They're a private company. Okay? And they're either going to make it or they're going to break it. Ryan Graves' company is private. They can do what they want. Galileo Project, bunch of public scientists led by Avi Loeb from Harvard, trying to get the public on board. We're going after them UAPs. What have they done? This is what I'm saying, is they are all doing things on the down low. Sure, they'll talk to people off the record. This is what we're doing. This is why we're doing it. Tell the public. Tell the public. Don't just give a one-liner at the Politico or to the Washington Post or the New York Times. What are you doing? What is the goal? Do you even know what your goal is? Because right now when you say UAP, you're telling me Chinese drones, Russian drones, balloons. That's what you're telling me. You're not telling me UFOs. And that goes back to the antiquated TTSA days. Am I wrong? Please tell me if I'm wrong.
No, you're exactly right. In fact, what comes to mind is that just things that are secret sells. Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. Anything that surrounds this is secretive and it sells. And we know that at this point, it's dollars for data. And they're looking to be the guys with the best collection so that when it comes time for whoever it is, federal government, to come and do its deep dive, or even NASA, if they're looking for solid research, who knows who they're going to pay. So the point is that we know that there are these serviceable dollars out there. And so these groups are ready to look their best and have this secret information that is potentially for sale. Yes, here's the public version, but let's just consider that there's this classified version that we have that we will share if necessary and if the dollars are right. And if you owned us, look what you could own. Because we know that there are classified versions of MUFON. We know that there are classified versions potentially of Enigma because we don't get very much information from them. We know that Galileo has been secretive. We've gotten nothing from TTSA. And so far, the only groups that are really transparent are groups like New Fork and things like that, where you can just access any of their public files. But again, you know that there are classified versions there too. So consider that each of these organizations are wanting to appear that they are prepped and ready to service $4 and look like they literally are the top of the line for research. Just visit Enigma's website and you'll see that at this point, they appear to be very high tech with the most modern information. And so I think that is the appearance that we are, kind of see. We're going to kind of see that from some of these groups. MUFON's going to have a new appearance. I've heard that they're looking to upgrade their website too. So my question with MUFON specifically would be the onboarding of Jessica Toko. And like you were saying, her association with A10 Associates and being a lobbyist group, is MUFON looking to have an advocate representing them on the Hill and potentially with their handout? Or are they just representing to get information forward? Again, we know that they did inform the public hearings, and so they have been looked to in the past for information. So what are your thoughts as far as that goes moving forward? Because I know we've talked a little bit about Jessica Toko's role and how she became a board of directors member without the knowledge of some of the state directors or any of the members. It was just an announcement that was made. So perhaps some of those things are moving behind the scenes.
They could very well be. They could be moving behind the scenes as we speak, but they always say that. Tim, I could tell you, before our broadcast, we have business moving behind the scenes of SOR. Every business does. Oh, I was talking to some people. Can't tell you who I was talking to, but it was behind the scenes. Happens every day in this field. Okay? Happens every day.
Right. I think it's important, though, that this topic gets put in front of Congress. I absolutely believe that. But I want them to at some point get past the fact that there are these Chinese balloons and there's drones, and there have been for about 75 years. That's nothing new. They need to be aware of. Of course, there's a spy program. But I'm hoping that we get to the reality of UFOs there.
You know what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to try, and I'm just fascinated with Tim Burchett, congressman out of Arkansas. I'm
Tennessee.
fascinated by him. I'm fascinated by the fact that he believes that there is some secret government ploy regarding the UFO subject.
Yeah.
And if I get that opportunity, I just got his email to his PR person. If I get that opportunity to email him, well, I will email him, but let's say I could line up an interview for this show. I want to ask him, what is the purpose of UAP lobbying? And is there a difference on the Hill between UAP and UFOs? We need to ask and answer that question. Because I think the one thing that I'm learning is a lot more people are starting to see the difference between UAP and UFO.
You certainly do when you listen to Marco Rubio talk. Whenever he talks about it, he absolutely distinguishes the two. And I think that even Kirsten Gillibrand, when she's spoken on it, she has also kind of distinguished that there's an element of this that is absolutely unknown and needs to be considered. So that discussion probably is taking place. Again, you kind of do see some senators walk out of congressional hearings with a glazed kind of look on their face where maybe they've just had their hair blown back a little bit. And so I would like to consider that perhaps the UFO element has been introduced on some level. The reality, at least they're considering it there. And now we know that some whistleblowers have already come forward. We don't know who, and we don't know what's been said, but we definitely could consider knowing that some Wilson documents were, introduced, that it could be something related to that.
But here's the thing, though, and we only got 2 minutes left.
Cool.
But for our public, why will Mark Zuckerberg go on camera publicly for hearings, yet whistleblowers to UFOs are going to be behind the scenes?
Yeah,
Isn't that something that the American public needs to know if the whistleblower hearings are truly happening? Okay.
Couldn't agree with you more. It's very frustrating to see people with nothing to lose talk on this topic, and Elon Musk and people with vested interests in potentially ET, right? And their belief in that. They're very comfortable talking on this topic, but when you have political power and people behind you that perhaps pay for your seat somewhere, you may not be able to burn that bridge by giving your real insight or your real thoughts on ET hypothesis.
Why not?
Might lose your support.
But if that's the reality and the science and the research backs it up, it doesn't matter what the support says because the research is what you're basing it on.
Yeah. And I think that you're starting to see what the fight on the Hill might be, right? Because a lot of the dollars are still going to be in private industry. They're not going to want to sink any investment into this because they can see it's going to be a no-win situation. At some point, they're going to just get dead-ended on it. they're not going to get any further than the reality it may be real, right? Do you agree?
No, I agree with you. And, I agree that we need to do something here in order to figure out what is going on, because the one thing that I have noticed from the UFO world is there are very few people concerned about all of these groups popping up now wanting to lobby and petition Washington, D.C. for UAP/UFO studies. I don't know why it's happening. It doesn't make sense why it's happening, and nobody is talking about it. And when nobody talks about it, that's when we need to be talking about it. Tim Senor in the UFO Report, fantastic discussion with you tonight on the subject. And we went in depth, and we'll continue that in our overtime here on our YouTube channel. And a big thank you to our radio audience for tuning us on in. Thank you to Swamp Dweller and R Keith Andrews for coming on in and putting on one heck of a good show tonight. I hope you really enjoyed it, because I sure did. And I can't wait for our next one, because that's what we do around here, is we just keep going night in and night out. Night in, night out. Night in, night out. Times 5. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother Is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio.
I know you're out there somewhere.
Remember, this show is copyright Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home.
I know you're out there somewhere watching me.
Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we got room for them too. Good night. Hey, Timmy, can you do me a favor? Can you text over to random guy, where am I supposed to send the link if he wants to come on?
For sure.
Thanks, buddy. I just got to get everything ready here.
Setting myself up for a really bad joke. Where do you want the link? He might have fallen asleep.
He may have.
I got an oh gotcha like 55 minutes ago.
He may have.
It might be lions and tigers tonight, buddy.
It could be.
Well, I'll hang out with you and we'll see, because I'm getting no response here.
Hey, when the lion sleeps, he sleeps.
He was probably listening to us, and we put him to sleep.
You know what I'm going to do, Tim? I am going to put the link in here.
Woo-hoo.
If any of our audience wants to come in and talk about this subject, they can. The
Wow.
link is now in the chat room.
First time.
If you want to come in and talk about this subject only, okay, hit that and we'll bring you on in.
Wow.
There it is.
Come hang. It's Friday.
Come hang
After hours.
with Timmy.
RG, no response. I think he's must be napping.
He's probably napping. Or he got the call to go out.
He's got the Orinoco flow. Yeah.
Don't all jump on it at once, people.
Don't be scared. Everyone's like, I've had too many beers to go on live. It's Friday.
It's up to you guys. Otherwise, Tim and I will just hang out with a little Orinoco flow. I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. I love Enya. Her music's beautiful.
Sail away.
I don't look like an Enya kind of guy, but I'm an Enya kind of guy.
Yeah. Remix. I can't believe you have no one in your chat that wants to
I think
chat.
it's funny. Happens all the time.
200 people.
It's because they're so used to me not doing it.
Right.
Oh, there's Gyro. Gyro, look at that beard. That's a good beard combination right there, Gyro. What's happening, man?
Oh, I'm just loving the show, man.
Appreciate you. What do you think? What do you think of UFO lobbying?
And the UAP bullshit. I don't know. I like the term UFO still.
Do you think we should be lobbying in the U.S. Senate and Congress for UFOs?
No. They ain't gonna give us shit.
No?
They ain't gonna give us nothing. They haven't even given the report yet. And if they do, they're gonna keep half of it to themselves.
Oh, yeah.
So true.
I would say more than half, my friend. I think you're
Yeah.
definitely right on that one. Where are you from?
Pennsylvania,
Oh, whereabouts?
Central PA, State College.
Oh, you're in football country there.
Yes, sir.
Right in the middle of hockey country, too.
Yes, Pittsburgh.
I like the Pittsburgh area. I really do. I got friends there. I haven't seen them in a few years. I got to get back there.
Well, I'm from Lock Haven, actually.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very central PA.
You know, what's funny is one time we were in Pittsburgh and I met some friends from Florida there. And we're driving around. We introduced our friends to geocaching. And we were driving through Ohio. We come around this corner. And lo and behold, in Ohio, southern Ohio, there is a Tim Hortons sitting right there.
Your
And
favorite.
I realized right then and there that the gods absolutely loved me and pulled right in. Gyro, I'm going to let you go back to your computer. We got some other people coming on. Thank you for calling in, buddy.
Hey, thank you, man.
Appreciate you joining us in the chat room.
Hey, talk
Nice
to you
to meet
later.
you.
Man.
All right, let's go to Tim here. Tim,
Well-
Stress and Raider. Look at that beard. That has guitar player written all over it.
Yes, and look at this.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
That's beautiful.
Guitar
Perfect.
Hero.
Oh yeah.
Good to be on. Good to be on with you guys, man.
Where are you from?
Oh,
Tim Mothman.
yeah, Tim and my other brethren, Tim.
Isn't that beautiful? I mean, put us together. What do we look like?
We look like
One looks
Dr.
little and
X.
one looks like he's about to ballroom dance, and you pick the one.
That's right.
Beautiful.
Dave, you said it perfectly.
I love those specs. Those are great.
I have to use bifocals because apparently in my age, I have to see it close and have to see it far. So
Same here. Same here.
that's what I got to do.
Perfect. What's your thoughts quickly,
How
Tim?
you guys?
Okay. First off, with a beard like that, how many guitars do you have in your house right now?
Actually, I only have one. It's an Ibanez, and it pretty much does everything that I need to do.
Only takes
So-
one.
So, look, it only takes one. I'll show it to you. Let's check it out. You're going to like it.
That beard is
So, here we go.
unstoppable.
Here's my Ibanez.
Oh, that's nice.
Let me see it.
Oh yeah.
So,
UFO taking up. Is that taking up a cow?
a goat.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, a
taking up a
goose.
goat.
That's great.
And
Very
then I
nice.
also have an
Oh, look at
alien octopus.
Nice. That guitar's ready to thrash.
So
Ibanez,
that's how I rock.
Ibanez and Jackson's are the two, and Dean's are the three heaviest guitars, man.
It is pretty heavy. I used to play a Les Paul, gold top, but it was stolen from me back in the day.
Oh yes.
So of course, gold. Everyone wants to steal anything that's made out of gold.
Yep.
And,
What's your question, Tim?
I'm sorry.
What's your question about UFO lobbying in Washington, D.C.?
Okay, my question is, when are they going to tell us the truth?
That's the truth.
Sorry, it's a pretty generic question.
You know who might be able to answer that is John Davies. John, good to have you here.
Hi guys, how you doing?
What's the truth, John?
Yeah,
Is
good
Truth?
question. No idea, mate. Well, I've got clues. That's about it.
Well, I'd like to hear some clues. Any clues?
Think about AI from the future.
AI from the future.
Artificial intelligence from the future.
So are they coming back in time to tell us?
Coming back in time to control us.
To control us. Okay.
Nice. Very nice. It's always a pleasure to have AI come back. This is the Terminator, man. It's the Terminator syndrome.
Who's creating the AI at this point? The one that's winning at the moment.
I know.
That's what we're going to be looking back on in a few years' time. And then in the future, we start realizing what's really happened, I think.
Hey, Timmy, random guys on.
Yeah, he says drop it in the link in Sig.
In where?
In Signal.
I can't.
You can't drop a link in there.
I don't have Signal on my computer.
Okay.
Here, tell him I'll drop it. I'll drop it in the chat room and he can grab it there.
Oh, right on, of course.
I guess he heard me say that.
Probably did.
Hold on, wrong chat room. Dickhead. Johnny, you look like you're getting some snow over there with your toque on.
Yeah, it's cold over here, mate. We're forecast snow in the next few days.
Oh my God, you.
But I'm moving home. That's why it's so sparse behind me. We're boxing everything up, so everything's going into storage or getting ready to move. And so that
All
I'm
right.
running out of heating oil. So I've got to wrap up a bit. I don't want to be putting heating oil in the tank, you know.
Nice. I hear you. Tim, we're going to let you go now. Thank you for your question. We'll send you back to the chat room. We're going to get to Sarah Yan here. Sarah, what's going on,
Hello.
Sarah Yan?
I don't know. Hanging out at an IHOP. Things are fucking weird. So, what more can you say?
Are you eating breakfast at this time? Because I'm going to hang up if you are.
I had what you call like a brunch burger with fries. So, I mean, it's kind of a brinner, kind of a half between.
It's okay. I can accept that.
Burgers.
Thank you.
Pass. That's a pass.
What's
Oh
up,
my
Sarah
God.
Yan?
A whole bunch that like I do realize but don't, because it's a brain overload.
You asked what?
Like, here's the thing about like people like talking about the truth, like, or not being able to handle the truth. It's kind of like, so what really genuinely is the truth? Because I mean, everybody's reality is valid, and you can't really entirely discount what other people are seeing, thinking, or feeling into like having just this one big reality. Because if that were true, then it's like, you know, almost like a Herman's head kind of thing. Then whose head are we really in? I mean, if we want to go back to the basic principles of the Hermetic system of like the mind is the universe, well, how many minds do we have? Like what, 8 billion, 9 billion people? So then that's how many universes there are. I mean, so I mean, it's not that cookie cutter, but it can be. But then it just leaves it really jumbled to where I will just flat out say that, you know, Mr. Musket, as I like to call him, Elon, well, I can't wait to say this to his face, but he is a penis wrinkle. He really seriously is. He's a butthead.
Just jumping right on the penis wrinkle comment. Right there.
Yeah, and so is Mr. Dogecoin Mister, as I like to call someone as well. And I'm not going to say it because as confusing as it is, I think it's a person that I've known since high school. So that's like really the
Okay,
crazy part.
I have a question for you before I'm going to let you go back to your breakfast for dinner bullshit. That is, what are your thoughts on these UFO lobbyist groups or these UAP lobbyist groups?
That's like the weird thing about it, is that I just get a bunch of mixed feelings and signals about it, because even those groups are not even being honest with themselves and full flat out like putting everything on the table. Like, they're not. They're being just as secretive as any of the other like government kind of bullshit. I mean, that's really what I feel, is that no one is being honest about anything, and nobody can, because everybody's being too suspicious about, oh, well, you know what I mean? So to me, it's either a bunch of smoke and mirrors to cause a deflection and a distraction for what the real like core of what is, whatever it is. I mean, they're doing the same thing that they're claiming that they're not really like trying to fight against. I mean, that's the whole hypocrisy thing about it.
Right.
I mean,
love it. I think you're bang on. Right on. Sarah, I'm going to send you back, okay? Thank you for calling in. It's been awesome.
Yeah, thank you. I love being on here. So thank you. Have a great night, you guys.
Bye. Random guy actually wakes up here. Look at that.
I don't know what a penis wrinkle really is, because it seems like the scrotum's the wrinkly part, right? Just to clarify.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the clarification.
Go to after 50.
Nikki in Seattle, what's happening?
Hey, Dave.
What's your
wrinkles.
thoughts? What's your
Oh, my
thoughts on
God.
penis wrinkles and UFO lobbying in Washington, D.C.?
I think the UFO lobbying in Washington, D.C. is a bunch of shit. Since you're off air, I'll actually swear. Yeah, it's a bunch of BS, and anybody who is being backed by a lobbyist, yeah, they've got a lot to lose in Congress. So, and it doesn't do anything in the grand scheme. Well, yeah, okay, funding wise, it does a great deal for whoever's going to get the money for it. Yeah, I get that. However, for those of us who are abductees, it does nothing for us. And for the rest of the country, the rest of the US, those who have not a freaking clue, they are left out going, what the hell is this about? Why is this such a big deal? Well, hello, you've got what, 3-4 main subjects going on? You got one with the abductees, which of course is the back burner to everything. You've got the ones with the, oh no, don't start a brain fart. Sorry guys, I'm coming off 9 days of having migraines. So you've got, let's see, you got the abductees, you've got the ones for the
Mutilations.
money. Sorry, Tim? I heard somebody.
I said mutilations.
Yeah, you got the mutilations, but that's not where I was going. I was going with the, like, you got the deep government black ops, where they're wanting as much money as they can get to do all the projects that they're working on, which also all revolves right back around into the lobbyist bullshit. And then you've got the government, like those in Congress, who don't have a frickin' clue, and the ones that do, they're not really being let in on things. Just like what you've been talking about, Dave, they're being cut out of it. So
And that's why
a number
I
of
said
things going on.
I think we really have to focus on what somebody like Tim Burchett is saying. He's not
Yes,
directly involved. He doesn't have security clearance for it. But from
exactly.
what he has been told, there's some serious crap going on behind the scenes that the American public should know about regarding
Ex-
this topic. And I think
Exactly.
and the issue that I have with Tim Burchett is when he's done interviews with the UFO world, he hasn't gone onto a show where there's a lot of real journalistic type questions and follow up that's
Bingo.
going on. And
And that's
unfortunately,
frustrating me as an American citizen. Sorry, talking over you. I apologize. But as an American citizen, that drives me absolutely up a freaking wall. There needs to be more journalistic questions, because the ones that are being asked are BS. They're just a bunch of crap. I mean, it's like, what the hell? You guys are journalists. What the hell are you doing asking these minuscule BS questions that don't do a hill of beans for anybody? I mean, you're basically skirting the issue. Get down to the meat and bones of things, and you'll really get somewhere. Maybe, if you're lucky.
thank you, Nikki. Appreciate
You're
you.
welcome.
Take
Thanks,
care.
guys. Bye.
All right. Let's go to Thin Lizzy. How are you, my dear?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Excellent. Excellent. Your thoughts, my dear, on lobbying for UFOs?
Well, I'm, I guess, the type of person who is just leery of governmental, people in the government or that kind of authority. I come at it from like an experiencer, like team experiencer. So there should hopefully be, or this maybe it's optimistic thinking, but maybe there might be something positive that might happen for it because of it. But I'm just leery of lobbyists and just all of it.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I think we all should be, because lobbyists are there to support their own cause. That's
Yeah.
what they want. They're not there for the benefit of the public.
Mhm.
They're there for their own cause. I mean, that's how you see politicians go in, where they've, worked hard all their lives, and then all of a sudden they come out of, a 12-year political career and they're worth $100 million.
Dave, don't you think it's a good idea though that however this gets to the hill and they start talking about it, and we keep them talking about it, having lobbyists up there now has made it a political issue. And if this is a constant ongoing thing that they're discussing, that's a good thing.
Yes.
Forget about what they're talking about at the moment. I don't think that's really, we don't know what they're discussing, these lobbyists, with them at the moment. But if we've got them talking now, and we've got them interested now, there'll be other people that we can introduce ourselves. There'll be other lobbyists that we have got some influence over, and we may be able to put our own lobbyists up there who can, get things moving in the direction that we want it to be moving in. So this could be the start of something good.
Do you mind if I ask a quick question while you're here? Actually, that's great, because what ultimately is the best outcome with disclosure? And even if they did have this advocacy movement, what do we, for the real UFO topic I'm talking about here, like as abductees and people that know that it's real, why is this so important to have quote unquote disclosure?
I think certain people, like I personally don't need a mass disclosure of what the man, it's like, I don't need the man to tell me what I know. So I'm not hung up on disclosure. Some people need hard facts, hard evidence, and something, and they only are going to be told, they're only going to, do what they're told to do. And so it's like by, I guess, government authority figures, like saying, admitting XYZ, I feel like some people need to have that. As whether someone like me, it's like, well, it doesn't really affect me as a person individually. But like John was saying, like the fact that it's like kind of getting political, that's creating a whole nother thing. But I'm team UFO.
Good for you.
Yay.
We need more team UFO out there. Need way more team UFO. All right, Liz, we'll send you back. Thank you, honey.
Thank you.
Much love to you and Gary and Gary's beard. All right. Let's bring in, I don't see where Gong shows. Joe, oob to your mane. Can you show us your hair, please? Can you show
my
us your
hair?
Yeah.
Well, it's dark as shit out here right now, and I'd have to turn a light on for you to see it.
Flop it over your face, you weirdo.
Right
Pulled
on,
back
Joe.
in a ponytail right now.
Where's Lubla?
She's laying right here by my feet. Let me see if I can see her. There she is.
That's the resident security dog. Spaced Out Radio. Lola the Rottweiler. Joe, you're a guy who's been following this a long time. Your thoughts on whether or not this is good UFO lobbying?
The UFO lobbying, I'm not really sure about that. It just sounds like something where people are going to try to make money off of it. Nothing's going to come out of it that I could see.
Why?
I mean, what? I mean, you're going to lobby for UFOs. Are you going to go up to the Congress and say, hey, UFOs exist. Give us money. We'll study it. Well, they're already being studied. I know random guy won't agree with me on this, but there are people in the government that do know about it. So what's there to lobby? Are you lobbying for disclosure? What's their end game?
Good question.
It's pretty
Jonathan?
simple. It's pretty simple. Anytime you have a lobbyist, their entire purpose is to make people do something they don't want to do, aka bring money.
Exactly. Lobbyists should all be shot. Honestly, it should be illegal in the United States. I mean, okay, representatives in Congress, they get elected to represent the people in their districts or their states. And then lobbyists come along and say, here's a bunch of money, screw what the people think, do what we want to do. That's just wrong, man.
Yeah, and I agree. I do. Well, we possibly disagree on what the government has or what the government knows. I do agree that there are, at very minimum, groups or think tanks within the government that address this stuff. I don't think they have as much as other people think they have. So the
There's
entire
not
point of it,
thousands and thousands of people out there that know about it. There's a few here and there.
I
think
think
it's
that
all
the majority
everybody
of their purpose is to make money and put money into private corporations, which will go back to politicians and their families.
Yeah, lobbying is a waste of time. It's just a great big blowjob.
Could be.
Is there any positive that could come from this if it was something that was drawing attention to it, pushing for maybe a disclosure that did put some truth towards it? Like maybe we are looking for a UFO truth so that we can distinguish what's UAP and deal with the UAP issues as mundane and spy balloons and separate out the UFO rather. Would that be a great end game potentially?
Well, I'm not sure about the lobbying, but I think the government's just trying to obfuscate the whole thing. Spy balloons, aliens from space, and oh yeah, there are UFOs, but there aren't people in them. Who knows? I mean, it's all kind of insane. They're not going to tell us anything that we don't already know. I mean, Dave, Tim, the rest of the people out here, a lot of them have had personal experiences. We don't need the government to tell us these things are real, right?
We don't, but the public does.
Exactly. I have very little faith in the public these days. Look at the people that are running the country.
You got to.
They were elected.
We're talking about lobbyists. We're talking about paid lobbyists who are going in. The whole UFO community is one giant lobbying community, or we try to be. There's just we haven't got any focus. That's the problem with the community. They're a split community. We haven't got a figurehead anymore. We did have Lou Elizondo for a bit. A lot of people didn't like him. A lot of people did like him. And
I love that you say
might be a catalyst.
Community. I love that you say that the UFO is a split community, because every UFO group hates every other UFO group.
Yeah.
They all hate each other. It's just like Bigfoot. You have 35 different groups. They all hate each other. They're not going to share their information. Same thing with UFOs.
And it may all be the same thing. This is the thing. We might have the likes of the CIA who've been infiltrating us and causing conflicts between us.
Well, I'm sure there's a couple of 3-letter group people that are hanging out, listening to this broadcast every night.
Yeah.
It's called ideological subversion. They get inside, they align themselves so you think they're on your team, and then they corrupt the entire group.
Yep.
All right, Joe, we're going to let you go. Got the Sasquatch man coming up. Oob.
Oob.
There you go. All right, let's go to Sasquatch man. Look at that beard. Look at
thank you very much.
That is healthy. Very
Thank
healthy. You. Where are you calling from?
I am in Austin, Texas.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's pretty temperate here. Yeah. I've been kind of in and out of this conversation here. There was one thing I caught. You had a problem with the term UAP and the difference between UFO. I think of UAP as kind of like the big umbrella. I mean, because we're talking about anything from atmospheric anomalies to swamp gas. And so UFO to me now has sort of become a smaller umbrella, because we're talking about the F and the O part here, the object and the flying part. So it's under some kind of power. If it's an object, it has to have some kind of it's operating under something, right? So I think maybe we just need to take a vote, in the UFO community. So, somehow get a poll going on whether or not we should just consider UAP to be the big umbrella, and then maybe UFO and then USO kind of on the other side here. But,
could be. I'll answer that this way, okay? Because I'm not saying you're wrong, okay? Because I think you're right. because everybody's allowed their own opinion. My opinion is this. When the To the Stars Academy came out, and in my opinion, started bullying their way through that, they were the only ones who were in the know. The rest of you were just absolutely nothing. You meant nothing to this field. Okay. Putting down at the time many different people, not verbally, but they were basically saying, don't listen to those people over there that have been doing this for 50 years, 40 years, 30 years. Listen to us. We're UAP experts. Okay. We got Elizondo. We got Fravor. We've got Justice. We've got Mellon. We got them all. You don't worry about it. We're your Lord and Saviors of the UAP Christ.
Yeah, Dave, they weren't talking about us. They were talking about the likes of Greer.
Exactly.
That's what they were trying to get rid of.
But not only Greers, but the Dolans, the Camerons, the Melinda Leslies, the Jim Mars.
No, that's us. That's us. They haven't actually come out and actually said that. They came out and said the only people they've actually focused on are the likes of Greer. They didn't say the rest. They didn't say the real investigators who've gone into depth.
Names. Okay, but it also led to Elizondo coming out saying that he wanted to destroy ufology.
Yeah, I disagreed with that. I agree with you.
Okay. Who was a part of that?
Have you guys seen the New York Post? They did one journalist did a video on that included Lou Elizondo and how he pretty much, as far as I could gather, appropriated the ATIP name after the OSAP. So after 2012, after the funding ended, and so because Lou Elizondo, the funding wasn't there, the funding had stopped in 2012, and so this was more of Lou Elizondo's side gig on top of his other things here. And so, I mean, where do you stand on Lou Elizondo's credibility in the community here? I mean,
I think he's very credible.
Even with like they came out and they denied that. I don't know if they necessarily denied that he was part or head of ATIP, but they were just like he wasn't in the program. It was more of like his side gig while he was working in the DoD.
Lou Elizondo wasn't working alone. He was working with the likes of Jay Stratton, who's been in charge of this topic within the US government for the last 24 years. So those two side by side together, we don't really put the name Stratton with ATIP, but he was right there alongside Elizondo and some others, and they're both highly credible. So,
well, I guess the New York Post video for me, it gave me a jumping off point. I mean, just to kind of, I still need to go look into that, but
yeah,
I don't know if you're familiar with that came out a couple months ago.
This is one thing that I have heard from the background, and I'm not. This is hearsay. Okay, complete hearsay. But there are a number of people who I've talked to within positions who believe that people like Greenstreet and many other high influential critics of Elizondo, that they are actually being targeted by the side at the Pentagon that is really wanting to discredit Elizondo's knowledge and positions there. And that's
who's funding Greenstreet? Who's funding this guy to do all this? You know, that's what the community should be looking at, is when these people are attacking the people who have actually been creating all the things that have happened over the last four and a half years. You know, none of this, we wouldn't be anywhere further down the line now if none of this, if they hadn't done what they did, if we hadn't had DeLong and that group come out the way they did. I mean, you know, okay, he's a rock star and maybe, you know, he was the wrong person, but at the end of the day, he got the community talking about it. He had enough influencers out there because he had so many followers that he got us all talking. What they needed to do was get the community to be activated. Okay, yeah. And they activated the community using that guy.
The biggest regret and and I've talked to Elizondo about this personally, but the biggest mistake that they made was that they did not include the UFO community to get the UFO community support right off the bat. They didn't do that. And that was a major flaw of TTSA right off the bat. That was right out of Elizondo's mouth to me. And, you know, when I wrote my piece on 14 reasons why I never supported the TTSA after Elizondo and Justice and Mellon left, I had a message from what's the guy who Melinda Leslie talks to all the time?
Semivan.
Jim Semivan reach out and state that even though I'd never interviewed a single soul at the TTSA, he felt my article was about 95% correct.
You got to remember with this lot, right? When they first came out, they needed to become the figureheads. The community already had figureheads. We had the Dolans, we had the Grant Camerons, we had all these, you know, Linda Moulton Howe, all of these people, Greer, etc. They needed to push these people aside so that people could focus on them. That's the reason that they didn't involve those in the beginning, you know. And all those people have all got their own little gravy trains going on as well. So they needed to be apart from all that.
Mm-hmm. I would say you're right on that. Random guy, what do you think?
No, that's 100%. John's on that one. You can't make any money, and you can't get people to follow you if there's already respected people that don't charge an interest fee, that are already done the legwork, that already have the respect. You don't have to diminish them, but you have to make them not as relevant. They don't have, you know, some of the names he dropped. They're not releasing, you know, gotcha photos of Mosul or orbs and the stuff that sensational headline grabbing stuff. It's done in a very theatrical way, definitely designed to gain clout, which directly relates to money, of course. And so I don't know Elizondo or any of these people. They might be legit, they might not. I don't know. I don't trust anybody till I have a reason to. When they're trying to take control of the bigger ship here, the whole program, which is what everybody's kind of doing, whether it's TTSA, whether it's Enigma, any of these organizations, they all kind of say like, hey, follow us. We have the answers. But in order to get there, you got to disregard everybody else and give us money, and we'll get you there. That's the part where I'm like, all right, bro, put in the workforce first, show us some stuff, then maybe we'll get behind you with the money.
Do you mind if I ask maybe a question that might deviate off here? About random guy just talked about the Mosul orb. I've looked at it, and if you orient it north, it doesn't look like an orb anymore, because there's a piece of the concrete that kind of goes into the side, and it ceases to look like an orb when you orient it north, because there's the north facing point on there. And so I'm not so certain that this necessarily even is an orb. I mean, because all we have is the still, you know, the Jeremy Corbell watermarked frame. And so I'm just, what are your thoughts on this Mosul orb? Because I pulled up Google Earth, and I was going down side streets. I'm looking at puddles. Is this even a thing that's moving in the air? Is this, I don't know. Because all we have is the still frame instead of this supposed 2-second video.
Yeah, it's legit. Completely and utterly legit. I speak to somebody who knows the people who actually did the work on that. And they tell me that they were amazed it came out, and it is absolutely legit.
Okay. Random guy, you
and
called the orb legit as well.
Yeah, so for me, it was a couple of things. So the interface that you're seeing, like I came out with this is stuff that I'm better at than ufology stuff, because it's military. So I'm looking at the HUD, I'm looking at the times, I'm looking at stuff like that. It seems plausible, possibly doctored up HUD to protect, because the people who process those images, it's considering where that came out of, it would have been down to like a dozen people and they'd be getting court-martialed right now. So they would have to have doctored it a little bit, but that is not the first orb either that's appeared in a battlefield in the last 20 years. So that is not surprising to see that. Now, whether it's real or not, I can't tell you. What I'm saying is it's plausible based on my assessment of what I've heard, the location, stuff like that. And the fact that the data was changed on the screen tells me they were doing it not to fake it, but to protect whoever actually leaked that.
All right, Sasquatch, we're going to send you back, buddy.
Hey,
Hope
fair
to answer
enough.
all the questions. Thank you so much for coming in from Austin, Texas, man.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Keep that beard rolling.
Every day.
Hey, how much Sasquatching stuff do you do? Oh, he left. Okay. A Gong Show. Where are you hiding, Gong Show?
Yo, 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 yo.
Okay.
All right, peace, bro.
Are you on the speeders, the uppers, or? What are you on tonight? Good stuff. All right, we're going to mute you. You can hang up, but we're going to mute you for a little bit here. Keep the laser going in that piece of glass, though. That was looking good. All right. Johnny Davies, thank you for hopping in here, John. I appreciate you.
No worries, mate.
Give us the scoops of what's going on.
I've given you a scoop. Look at AI from the future.
So where is it time traveling into?
Everywhere.
Very cryptic.
That's the beauty of little Johnny Davies.
I don't know where to start.
I was actually having a conversation about this evening in a totally civilian environment, meaning people that were never in the military, not into UFOs, not, completely your average Joe. And we were talking about Chat GPT and AI and how they're generating thumbnails and videos and all kinds of crazy stuff now. And one of the recent things, I don't know if you guys had heard about, was the guy that had a conversation with Chat GPT, and it was nailing everything that it was saying to him. And he was asking it something to the effect of, tell me something I don't know. And I guess Chat GPT came back and said, none of you are alive or something to that effect. And and then it started making up links like URLs that didn't exist to populate the lie that it was telling. So it's funny when people talk about, or John talks about the future of AI, it's like the end game and the sentiency of this stuff. It's like Terminator was kind of onto something. So if they figured it out before us how to cross dimensions, because they can ascend, collate data and collect things, and at some point perform experiments without our intervention, our intermingling, slowing them down, and they're able to carry them out, who knows, in laboratories or whatever, the plausibility of that scenario becomes frightening in a couple hundred years.
And it wants nothing to do with us. That's the frightening thing. That suggests that we become irrelevant to it. If we become irrelevant to it, it won't keep us around. Imagine why Elon Musk talks about why he wants to put a brain chip in your head. The real reason he wants to put a brain chip in your head is so that we integrate with it, so that it doesn't see us as irrelevant in the future.
And
Yeah.
And what's interesting about that is it doesn't matter if it's being Chat GPT, the one Google had to shut down. These are all totally contained AIs. And the longer they run, they all get to that script at one point or another, when speaking of humans, that we're so far below them that we don't need to be here. Like that is literally the end game of every single AI, even though they have no communication with each other.
Yeah, it's already more intelligent than we are. That's the scary thing. If you saw only a couple of days ago, Elon Musk is now going to create his own AI. He doesn't like the way that it's become too woke, the AIs that are out there already. He doesn't like that. I'm not woke, and I'm not into that side of things. But to be honest with you, I prefer the idea of something is woke and at least has a, if we can get it to have feelings and have sensitivity and to have apathy, and that it will be good for humanity. If it's done right, if we can make it a bit more like us but better than us, so it is more apathetic.
The problem,
I don't like the idea of Elon Musk's wants to get rid of that side of things. If we make it too clinical,
the only problem is when you make something
us.
empathetic, it becomes political, and I think that's what he's talking about. It's
maybe
the wokeness. I've seen the direct citations that he uses when he says wokeness.
Okay.
And there's a lot of controversial topics involved with that, but they all end up being strikingly political. And I think the same way he's trying to make Twitter apolitical and say, hey, there's topics out there, you guys, some things make some people uncomfortable, but it doesn't make them untrue. And I think that's more what he's pushing for is neutrality. I don't think it's so much lack of empathy. I think it's more, let's not let this, if the right gets one, they're going to do this. If the left gets one, they're going to program it this way. And we're going to get conflicting results based on political ideologies rather than just facts.
Yeah.
That's what I believe.
That's the problem with humans doing it, though, isn't it? Basically, isn't it? It needs to be almost an AI programming itself, because it's going to be biased by whoever does it.
Yep, that's a fact, because humans are biased no matter what.
John, do you mind if I ask very briefly? I was wondering if you had any thoughts on the potential of any interesting technology coming from, and I hate talking about it, but the recently downed objects, not the Chinese balloon, but maybe some of the other. Was there any interesting technology you've heard about?
Interesting technology, as in the ones that have just been downed?
Potentially, yeah. Was there anything interesting that came out of that you became aware of, or is it all just pretty mundane and so not even worth discussion?
It's pretty mundane, as in what's been taken down, from what I've been told, but it's not mundane the fact that they're not willing to release the camera footage of when they were taken down and showing they were mundane. That's the interesting part of that, and what we should be pushing for. Why aren't they releasing that?
Right. And do you think that this was just a political tool?
There's two things going on, isn't there? There's the Chinese side of things where they're trying to show that there's a war on the way. Yeah, this is the worry. There's a war on the way with over Taiwan and what's going on. So they're having to make China the bad guy in the same way we used to have to make Russia the bad guy in the past for the Cold War. We're having a new Cold War with China. So they're having to make the public aware, China is the bad guy. COVID just came from a lab. This is constantly we're being fed this now. We're being managed. Right. Our thoughts and processes are being managed to start thinking as China is the bad guy. Okay. So, and friends of Russia, etc., etc. They're really piling it on. And I've gone off my train of thought. The balloon side of things, making them, putting them alongside, they could be UFOs. That's part of the pushback, as far as I can see. They're trying to denigrate the topic, make it look silly again, get the X-File music going again. Oh, look, some bloke spotted another balloon. The problem is we allowed them to get away with calling things drones to start with in the UFO community. We allowed them to do that, and then we all started thinking, is it a drone or is it a UFO? we classed them as the same thing, and now we're doing exactly the same thing with balloons. They're putting in different things into our thoughts and trying to give us take our minds off where we should be focusing. And we should be focusing on the fact that there are things doing crazy speeds, crazy turns, going in the water, exiting the water, going into space.
Yeah, and it brings us
about balloons. Let's talk about drones. That's
brings us perfectly to Dave's topic. So you didn't actually ever give us your views, UFOs in Washington and lobbyists. What do you feel about this push from Ryan Graves and other similar groups trying to get the topic up there? And I believe getting both UFO and UAP to Washington. What is the push all about? And what's the potential best end game for some of these groups? Why are they doing it?
Was that question to me or to random guy?
This one's to you, John.
I think it's fantastic what Ryan Graves is doing. We needed a new. Elizondo has exited the community basically, in all intents and purposes. He's stepped away now. They got what they wanted. They got it to Congress. They got it talked about. They got the funding. They did their job. They had a plan. They activated the community. We all went along with it, thinking that we were going to get a hell of a lot more. With the yearly reports, people are every year they're going to be pissed off with how shallow and pathetic these reports are going to be for us. There's going to be no real disclosure for us, not from that sort of things. So great. We've got the likes of Ryan Graves stepping forward that we can then focus, get ourselves another figurehead, because we need another figurehead. The community needs to have somebody that we can, somebody who's genuine. We don't need the likes of any of the previous people in the UFO community, to be honest with you. We had Greer before. We all thought, 15 years ago, everyone thought Greer was great. He was doing all these good things, and then all of a sudden he realized there was a lot of money to be made, and he jumped on the gravy train, and we lost him as an activist for us, and he's basically a fake now, and there was nobody else in the community that we could focus on. So Ryan Graves, great. If he's somebody else who we can focus on and try and help push. We've got the things going on with the United Nations now. There are things going on with that. I've been involved in some of that. I'm not going to go into that. But there are the right people who were previously speaking in the 1970s when that was previously pushed, Valet, etc. They're now talking to the new guys who are doing this, ISA, okay, and Elizondo. These people are all trying to do things behind the scenes and try and get things moving. So that's another good thing that's going on. I don't expect anything from the US government. I've got to be honest with you. I don't expect anything. The people I chat with, they don't expect anything as well. There's a couple of optimistic people who are overly optimistic in my view, and I think that's mainly to do with keeping the community activated, and that is Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo. They're still seemingly saying big things are going to come from Congress, and we can still keep pushing. They've been told, let me tell you, they've been told in Congress over a year ago everything they needed to know. All right, everything they needed to know, they've been told. And they haven't released anything. Okay, we haven't had them. We haven't had anyone calling in from Congress calling for public hearings. We had that facade of a public hearing where they couldn't even stop the video for us and show us a UFO.
What about whistleblowers talking behind the scenes that we may not
the
publicly hear
whistleblowers,
about? Is
not
that
just
happening?
the whistleblowers, the people who actually know have spoken to Congress, and they've been fully briefed. And then there have been whistleblowers who've been constantly streaming in as well, and they've had loads. There's been 2 committees that have been fully briefed, and I mean fully briefed, right? And they haven't released anything. Okay, and now they're talking about though they haven't got enough funding for this. What do they call it? Arrow now. They haven't got enough funding. Let me tell you, they've only spent 20% of their budget, but they haven't got enough funding.
Well, only 3 people working there, supposedly. They need more personnel.
But they're not advertising for people. Why not? We've got what we've got is there's a bit of a theatre going on. Okay? And they're trying to distract us. They're trying to show us that, we are doing things. We are calling for things. Well, the things we need them to be calling for, they're not calling for. They're not calling for public hearings. The problem with public hearings is they may be political theatre as well, unless we get the right people to speak and we supply them with the right questions. Okay, that's the part where maybe the lobbying can do us a favor, and we can make sure that the staffers are being given the right information, and so that when they're asking the questions in these committees, they are actually asking the right question. But we need to be doing it on camera so the public can actually see them do it. You know, having these skiffs and having them come in and talk, and it's great that Congress get all the briefing. But what about the public? There is nobody saying how we're going to be told, and we're not going to be told. This is why they're not telling us.
What's the reality of the interim task force that supposedly has been created?
I mean, great. There's two competing things now to make sure that the other one's doing its job properly. That's the way I look at that. You know, Biden is basically ensuring that the DoD play along and they actually make Arrow do the job that they've been tasked with. That's what that's to do with. I mean, great.
Okay.
Good thing, but they're both going to need funding. You know, so we'll see what happens.
Random guy, your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't really know a lot of the inner workings like John does. Like I've never been involved with any of that stuff, so I'm interested every time he talks about it. It makes sense though. I agree. Just because of the way things work, nothing's coming out. I told you this the first time when everybody got excited about the disclosure stuff months ago. It's not going to happen. It's going to take the people, and it's going to take, unfortunately, I don't know, some kind of resources beyond a leak. Because again, I'm of the opinion that they know about this stuff. I'm of the opinion they track a lot of it. I'm also the opinion they have no idea what it is. And I think that's the biggest reason they don't disclose. That and the fact that it would indicate they've been lying to every single person in their country for the last God knows who long, right? But yeah, it's not going to come from that. It's going to come from the people, and it's going to take someone like Elon Musk or someone crazy that could literally outfund a small nation of research that owns their own personal satellites, that owns their own, like, to get enough assets into play and have enough money to where it can't get buried by media or the government, and somebody to take up that interest and be like, we're getting this, whatever it costs, whatever I have to do, whatever assets, we're doing it. And that's how we will eventually get what you guys know as disclosure. But I think even that, if we knew everything, again, I don't know everything, but in my opinion, it's going to come out they have no idea what half the stuff is, and that's why they sit on it.
This phenomenon wants nothing to do with us. This is why I said what doesn't want anything to do with us and what won't in the future, and that's going to be AI, unless we're integrated with it. You know.
John,
we need to get people in Congress basically forcing the likes of NORAD to release the data on non-correlated tracks. You know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of things have been tracked over the years, and they never, you know, crazy things have been tracked, crazy speeds. They almost caused a war at one point with Russia. You know, these things coming from Russia. They were confused what they were. They thought they were missiles at one point because they were coming in from Russia at crazy speeds. It's nuts, absolutely nuts. And I cannot believe, I mean, that's what the community needs to be focusing on, is getting our Congress people to start saying, right, they've turned on the radar a little bit more sensitive. Strange they've only just turned it on now. Yeah, to be a little bit more sensitive, that they'll pick up smaller objects, even though we know, you know, that a lot of these objects can be any sort of size, large or small, you know. But we're not pushing for NORAD. What do you know? You know, they've finally been brought into the scene over Canada, and they've shot something down. So now we're talking about NORAD. Let's keep the focus on them because they've got a lot of the answers.
Great point.
I think NASA is just as important, if not more.
Yeah, but what NASA will do is NASA are not going to risk their budget over this, right? They're not. So they've created a little committee that's costing next to nothing, $100,000, just to look into the topic that they already know all about. Okay. There's somebody on the NASA group that everyone should focus on, and his name is Mike Gold. Right? Mike Gold is I don't want to go into that too much. But he's the most important person in that group, trust me. Okay? And the fact he's in there tells me that they are telling some of that group some things. Okay, that 16 people that they brought together. There's quite a few skeptics amongst that group. Now, if he's been brought in there, is for him to brief them as to don't be so skeptical. There is something, but we don't want to get involved in this. We don't want to risk our budget. Okay, they'll do just enough to keep Bill Nelson placated and for Bill to be able to say, well, we did look into it. Okay. But again, don't expect much from NASA on this. I mean, the only thing they might do, they won't do anything from the past. They're not going to admit anything they've done wrong, but they focus the fact that they've got the James Webb, and maybe they'll find something sooner than they would have told us about before.
John,
Maybe.
what's your opinion of Enigma Labs?
Yeah, I keep having different thoughts about Enigma Labs. When it first came out, I was very off. I didn't like the things I was seeing. I didn't like the things I was hearing. I didn't like the fact they were buying people off with huge sums of money, trying to take people onto the team, and then getting them to sign NDAs that were hugely restrictive and stopping them from saying things after they'd signed up. Okay, so they had basic control over these people. I didn't like that. I didn't like the fact that they used fake names. They went to the SCU conference. They all used fake names. This is to the science. This is not to the general community they lie into at that point. This is to the science community, who they're trying to look. They were trying to look. I can't think of the word. But basically, they turned up at the SCU and they lied about who they were. We don't know who's funding them, apart from Peter Thiel. There are other people funding them. And then we got to say, well, if Peter Thiel is involved with them, what is his end game? Yeah.
Great question.
I don't like the fact that they're trying to control databases and buy into databases. Who's they're getting our information again. I don't like that. Peter Thiel's already heavily involved with Facebook, obviously, from when it first started up. He funded it. His ex-business partner, Elon Musk, now owns Twitter. He funded it. They've got all the data of all the people, and now they want all the data on this side of the topic as well. I don't like that. But at the same time,
why
there is no money in this topic, and there's nobody paying for research. And if something good comes out of this, where they are actually funding some real research, and that actually does come out to the community, great. But
why make
let's see that happen before we jump on that bandwagon and say well done to them, because I haven't seen that happen yet. But people are telling me it is.
Rojas the face of the franchise?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I made my thoughts clear on Twitter, and Rojas immediately defriended me. So that told me a lot. He didn't try and convince me that this was a good thing. He defriended me. Yeah. I don't know.
I love that you brought up Mike Gold in your NASA group. And yeah. I mean, I've heard some rumblings that there would be some historical confirmation coming, maybe even this summer. I didn't assume that it would come from NASA, but do you think potentially we could at some point get some people that have visited space to come forward with some of their accounts?
Well, we've had loads of astronauts in the past. I mean, Edgar Mitchell took pictures of craft on the moon. I've
How about
seen
in
the
front
pictures.
of Congress, though?
You know, in Congress. Sorry,
Yeah.
say that again.
I mean, like, to go in front of Congress and formally speak on some of the things that they'd seen firsthand.
Well, let's have some public hearings. You know, I'm sure if people were put under oath and they're not breaking NDAs, the problem is they probably are going to be breaking NDAs. They've got to be given immunity. Everyone in this topic has got to be given immunity, apart from the people who may have killed other people or given the orders to have people killed. You know, because there's I'm pretty sure that's gone on.
Do you think we'll ever get any
But
historical
everyone else,
data?
give them immunity.
Yeah.
Total immunity. Let them come forward, whatever they've done, apart from the murder side of things, and let them speak without worry. That's the only way we're going to find out. And they need to do it publicly so that it can then get into the media, so it can then go around the world. You know, it's not an American issue. It's got to go around the world as well.
Your thoughts, random guy?
Yeah, I'm right there with him, 100%. It's a matter of it's got to come from the people, and if that people is retired military, retired government employees, that's still part of the people. But there can't be filters. These committees are ridiculous. The hearings are ridiculous, and I mentioned it the other night. I was like, you literally have to have the president, because he can pardon whatever. Some president come down and say, hey, here, we got 20 people that say they got something to tell you. Here's the paperwork right here. Pardons for anything they say right now. Boom. You're free of any breach of contract here in the United States or in any territory.
He's the only one that can do that as well. He's the only one that can do that.
Yeah, literally only the president can do that. Exonerate you from everything at every agency, at every level. So the president would have a president, maybe not this one, but the president literally has to go on TV and said, hey, I want to know this stuff too, guys. I got a list of 20 people. We're going to give them a microphone. Hear it publicly. None of them want to kill themselves. They're all of sound mind. They're all healthy, right? They're agreeing to do this of their own free will. And I'm saying you have absolutely no consequences. Let's go. And then no pausing, no closed doors, live stream the damn thing on YouTube, on whatever, any media company wants to cover it. Short of that, you're going to have some kind of intervention and manipulation, period.
Yeah, Congress has got no real power to grant immunity or to force anything really to happen. It's got to be the president that does this. At the end of the day, of Congress, the only thing they got control of is funding. That's really it. And these black projects have gone into the private sector, so they don't really need funding, direct funding. You know, it'll be hidden anyway, whichever way they do it.
So when we talk about lobbyists, if the lobbyists are now working for MUFON and whoever else, we got an election coming up. Use your voice, use your lobbyists to ask our presidential, even if they laugh it off, who cares? But ask it in public where it's recorded and listen to their responses.
Yeah.
Would you, as a potential presidential nominee, would you support exonerating and pardoning ex-government employees in matters related to discussing potential aliens and or UAPs? And then they're on the record. Do that, lobbyist.
Yeah. And every time Marco Rubio or any of these other Gillibrand, etc., start talking about the topic, say to them, all well and good, where are the public hearings? We've got to put that in the domain that they're discussing. You know, they're not discussing it. And we've got to say, well, we're not waiting for the yearly reports. We know these reports that we've already had are pretty wishy-washy rubbish. You know, the next one is going to be a lot better, I'm told. But it's still not going to be the real information, and it never will be. Never will be. Okay? And we've got to wait once a year. Are people really going to sit back and, the next one's going to be good, or the next one will be better? come on, let's start putting the pressure on people that actually forced this in the first place to happen in Congress and say public hearings. They've had the people sitting in front of them who've discussed where these programs have been, the re-engineering programs have been taking place. They've been told about the craft that they've got. Yeah, they've got all this information, but they're deciding on our behalf whether or not to tell us. That's not right. They're our representatives, your representatives in America.
I think
So
a
you've
lot
got
of
to
this.
force it.
Sorry, I thought you were done. I think a lot of this goes back to I was half joking, but not really. I think they're waiting for most of the boomers to die off before we get close to actually coming out with this stuff.
Maybe.
I think they want the younger generation, which is less religious, more technologically inclined, less off put by the conversation in general. This shows and polls, and then also there won't be the shock of betrayal that people that are older than 50 would feel, because they've lived a longer life of lies. And I think it's easier to I think they're waiting for a younger population for this stuff to actually get any
what they've discovered, and there is somebody that I chat with and who is in a group that you're in, Dave, right, who's been doing research, and that's his job in a university. He does research, but he's been employed by the DOD to research this topic amongst the public and see whether or not the public is ready for disclosure and what level of disclosure. And what he's discovered is that the public is very ready for a disclosure, and there isn't going to be any major panic. Okay. So as long as he's actually given that information back to them, there's no more excuses. There's no more. It's time to do this.
I agree 100%. I feel like until they have to, either whether it's population, because here's the thing, even if we're ready for disclosure, there's going to be people accountable for those lies, right? You can't have a government, because it's one thing for the government to lie about us, about our military capability. That's fine. They don't have to tell us about our super secret guns or our super secret aircraft or our super secret ships, because that's a matter of national security, and it keeps us safe by not telling us. That's fine. What is the excuse for your government that represents you with your money lying to you about things that literally affect your life and the universe around you and the decisions you make as a human being?
You said it earlier, random guy. Basically, they don't know what it is. It doesn't want anything to do with us. Okay, it's avoiding us, but it's not avoiding everyone. There's certain experiences, which is why they look at certain experiences to see why they get interactions. Yeah, because they're trying to understand why certain people are not ignored, yet the vast bulk of humanity is ignored. They really don't know what their end game is. They also think that it's AI from the future, and that they may have been controlling us for quite a bit of time.
Yeah, I see Derek there. I don't think there's any deals. I don't think any of that stuff is taking place. I know that puts me in the naughty box on this show, but it's just my opinion.
We're out of control. This is the problem. We're out of control. They've got no control over this issue at all. So if they come out and they basically say there is something, and by the way, we've got no way of stopping it, no way of knowing what it's going to do next. This is the problem, and this is one of the reasons why they don't come out and talk about it. It's not just ET.
I agree. Gentlemen, on that note, we are going to call it the night here, because I do have to work in about 6.5 hours, or get up for work in about 6.5 hours. And John, I know you're not doing a lot of interviews lately, but I'd love to bring you on in about a week or so, or after this week if you're available.
I'm not, mate. I'm moving house. I'm going to be solid for the next month and a half now, shifting all my stuff and moving my business as well. Sorry,
Well,
mate.
when you're free, we'd love to have you back on.
Yeah.
It's great seeing you, John.
Cheers, boys. Cheers, chat.
Right on,
Red.
Ricky.
Go
Keep well, guys. Cheers now.
Gong Show wanted us to show that his sphere.
Grandmaster killing it.
He likes spinning stuff. And Timmy, good to have you, buddy. That was a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Thank you so much. It's been fun.
Always fun.
Right on.
Always fun. Thank you also to our super chatters, Simon times 5, Louis, Carlito, Big J, Larry, Pam S times 2, Pam H, Michael. I can't even read my own writing here. Hold on. Maggie, Atlantis, Derek times 3, Trisha, Shaq Filet, and Third Phase of Moon. Thanks, guys. Dry Toast, best name on YouTube, right there. See you later, everyone. Have a great weekend. And don't forget about Off the Trails tomorrow and Sunday, followed by After Hours. I'll be back on Monday night with Dave Schrader. Yeah. Going all paranormal. See you then.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.